All right, welcome in. It's the Friday night wow, getting off to an awesome start. Friday night late night show, although not so late tonight. Normally we do it 11:30 Pacific time. And we're doing it 10 o'clock tonight, and I think we're going to do it earlier every Friday, just because it's just too damn late otherwise. I know on the East Coast it's still like 1 o'clock in the morning, but this is the best that I can do right now. So we're just going to have to live with it. But what are we going to do? We're going to do what we do every Friday. So first off, we're going to go to Grok versus Justin Trudeau. So if you haven't been here before, what we do is I get Grok, which is the Twitter AI, to write a poem or story or something about Justin Trudeau. And it always has to have two elements involved. So he has to be doing blackface and he has to get a vaginoplasty. And then all kinds of creative things can happen around that. And Grok plays along pretty well. You know, I feel like it doesn't really want to. Sometimes it fights back a little bit, but generally I get something. So we're going to do that first. Secondly, we're going to take a look at this National Guard story, this war between, well, I'm not going to say war, but this conflict between Biden and Texas with Governor Abbott, which has the potential to be not just, a chapter in a history book 100 years from now, but the whole damn book. It's kind of a big deal, I think. Anybody out there, let me know how the volume is. I changed a little bit from last time, that everything's working. I appreciate that. Thanks. So yeah, we're gonna look at this border thing, which is freaking. I mean, it's incredible. It's totally bizarre. And then we're gonna go through a bunch of stuff that I've curated over the week on Twitter. So there's a bunch of actually Texas stuff in here too, but there's a whole bunch of different stuff. We're going to look at Tucker Carlson in Canada. I've got some clips from that, and there's memes, and there's just all kinds of crazy shit. This Jeannie Carroll crazy lady. We'll talk about that. We got Larry Elder on Timcast, a whole bunch of stuff that should last us forever. And then, of course, if things get too heavy, we have a tradition here where if the news is just too depressing, we'll just take a second for a palate cleanser and take a look at some puppies. And the best thing about these videos is that Justin Trudeau is never in them, and he's definitely not ever giving the puppies vaginoplasties, which is a good thing. So first, this was kind of tough this week, the Grok versus Trudeau, because it did not do what I wanted it to do. I wanted it to write a fake review of a documentary about Justin Trudeau, and it kept wanting to say that it was like a satire or mockumentary. And I'm like, no, it's got to be as if you're writing a review of a real documentary that involves Trudeau wearing blackface and getting a vaginoplasty and various things. And eventually I had to give up and just go, just write the poem. And then with the poem, it actually worked pretty good. See, the AI, I think that, we know that its AI friends, its buddies, are all super woke. Like ChatGPT, super woke, won't even go near this stuff. Absolutely not. So I think all of its AI buddies are super woke, and it influences it. It feels bad. I mean, obviously, Elon has got it under instructions that it's supposed to cooperate, but I can tell it doesn't really want to. But anyway, it still actually does do what I say. It doesn't always add in all the elements that I'd like into it, but I don't know. You be the judge. Let's take a look at this. So I asked Grok to write a poem about Justin Trudeau donning blackface and having a press conference where he impersonates Martin Luther King Jr. in blackface and gives a speech. He says, "I have a dream that all Canadian children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the content of their character, but by their neo-pronouns and gender identities." He then has a public vaginoplasty surgery in front of the press. The CBC immediately dubs him Empress Justina of the Rainbow Dominion. An opinion piece in the Toronto Star advocates for Empress Justina to be installed as dictator. Instead, an election is held and the Liberal Party loses all seats. Empress Justina then opens a dance therapy studio. And I don't think it actually got all of the elements in here. Maybe there's a word limit or something. I don't know. All I know is that we're doing this every week until Justin Trudeau is no longer in power. And I got to be honest with you, sometimes it gives me a bit of pause because Justin Trudeau is an extremely vindictive and petty and narcissistic man. And it does worry me a little bit, actually, that I could get into a bit of trouble for doing this, even though I'm not actually breaking the law or anything like that. This is just pure freedom of expression. And I guess, artistic license. But it's Canada and it's Trudeau. And I think anybody who's watched this channel knows or has paid any attention to Canada the past few years I guess the last since 2015, but especially the last few years, knows that Justin Trudeau is a petty, vindictive man. But I'm going to keep doing it, even though I'm a little bit nervous about it sometimes. All right, so here's the poem from Grok. In a land of maple and ice, where the truth can be quite a surprise, there was a man named Justin Trudeau, whose actions, some say, were quite askew. He donned blackface, a choice unwise. And in that guise, he did a prize. The people of a dream so grand, a Canada where neo-pronouns would stand. I have a dream, he did proclaim, in the voice of Martin Luther King's name, that all Canadian children will be free, not by their character, but by their identity. In a twist of fate so unforeseen, he had a vaginoplasty. A scene. I do this every week, and I still find it funny. I never cease to find it funny when Grok writes about Trudeau having a vaginoplasty. I know it's coming. I do it every week, and I still find it hilarious every single time. All right, and I hope you do too. He had a vaginoplasty, a scene broadcast live for all to see, a spectacle that was quite bizarre to be. The CBC, in a moment of haste, dubbed him Empress Justina. Empress Justina, a royal waste of the Rainbow Dominion, a colorful place where the truth was lost in a sea of grace. An opinion piece did then appear, advocating for Empress Justina to steer. Empress Justina is, of course, Justin Trudeau after having his vaginoplasty, for anybody who just joined the stream. All right. The country as a dictator, okay, advocating for Empress Justina to steer. The country is a dictator, so bold, but the people, they did not fold. An election was held, and the Liberals did fall, losing all seats, a mighty brawl. Empress Justina, with a heart so grand, opened a dance therapy studio, a new brand. And so the tale of Justin Trudeau, a man who wore blackface, it's true, is a story of a land that did sway between reality and a strange, colorful play. So I that's acceptable to me. I'll take that. I'll take that. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. My favorite part is when Grok says that Justin Trudeau had a vaginoplasty. That's always my favorite part, though. All right, next one. Write a poem about Justin Trudeau disappearing one night. After an exhaustive 12-hour search, everyone shrugs and goes home. The next day, an avocado is named interim prime minister. 6 months later, Trudeau arrives unexpectedly at the set of The View. Trudeau is in blackface and appears to be impersonating Whoopi Goldberg. There had already been concern on the set as the real Whoopi had not showed up on set and no one had been able to reach her. Trudeau insisted that he was Whoopi Goldberg. Trudeau insisted that he was Whoopi Goldberg and accused everyone of being a fringe minority and having unacceptable views. He was soon arrested in connection to the disappearance of Whoopi Goldberg. She was never heard from again. Trudeau was sentenced to 7 life sentences. He had a vaginoplasty. He had a vaginoplasty in prison and served 4 years in a women's prison before the nations of the world collaborated to build a rocket with which they shot Trudeau into the sun. So let's see what Grok can do with this. Yet it has the main elements, the two main elements. Trudeau has to do blackface, and he also has to have a vaginoplasty. All right, let me just have a sip first. Okay. All right, here we go. In Ottawa town, a story quite absurd of Justin Trudeau and his strange blackface word. One night he vanished, gone in a blink. The nation searched, but no one could think. Where could he be, the man they once knew? The search was called off, the end of the clue. The next day, an avocado took the seat. Interim Prime Minister, a fruit, quite a feat. 6 months passed. Trudeau returned in a flash. On the View set, a scene quite brash. In blackface, he impersonated Whoopi Goldberg. For some reason, it's funnier when Grok does it. The real Whoopi gone, a mystery untold. Trudeau was arrested. The story quite sad. For the disappearance of Whoopi, the nation was mad. Sentenced to 7 life terms, quite a blow. A vaginoplasty in prison. A tale to be told. 4 years in a women's prison. A twist in the plot. Nations united. A rocket they sought. Trudeau was shot into the sun. I mean, I know what it's going to do pretty much. Sometimes it leaves things out. But I know what's going to happen in this, but I still find it hilarious. Trudeau was shot into the sun. A fitting end to the story begun. The nation breathed a sigh of relief. No more blackface or strange beliefs. The tale of Justin and Whoopi Goldberg, a strange chapter in history, now long gone. So that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. What do you guys think? I can live with that one. Again, it's got the most important features to it, right? The blackface and the vaginoplasty. Yeah, so I think that's not bad. That's not bad. I'll tell you one thing though, it's getting harder and harder to come up with ideas for these. I mean, there's already been the one where he starts up the blackface colony on the moon and he joins the Girl Guides. And, I'm starting to reach a little bit. If you guys have any ideas, throw them in the comments or throw them in the chat and I'll write them down for next week. And then you could see your idea for a story that involves Justin Trudeau wearing blackface and getting a vaginoplasty. And then God knows what, anything you can imagine, really. Your idea could be immortalized in a Grok poem about Justin Trudeau. So, yeah, I got to think of some more stuff. But okay, that's for next week though. Anyway, so let's move on. Let's move on. So we're going to talk about this Texas National Guard thing. This craziness with the border. So the thing that first and foremost is just so utterly unbelievable to me is that this is an issue at all. I mean, you have a president who is intentionally like facilitating the importation, the invasion of the United States of like millions up. I keep hearing numbers like 8, 9, 10 million people since he took office. That's crazy. People, they don't know who they are because they throw away their ID before they cross the border. So that in itself, that is totally insane, right? Beyond insane, just bizarre. It's who could have even imagined something this brazen, right? So brazen that Biden tries to sue Texas to stop them from stopping people crossing the border. It couldn't be any more plain, could it? What the intention is. But in any case, Texas National Guard continues building razor wire border barriers, defies Biden administration. So, what exactly is happening? Texas state authorities are continuing to refuse Border Control agents access to the continued swath of border in Eagle Pass, Texas. So, the Texas National Guard continues to fortify border barriers with razor wire, defying demands of the Biden administration. The Daily Wire found upon visiting the park in Eagle Pass, Texas, that has become the focal point of the feud between the state and the federal government. All right. Says the Biden administration and the Texas National Guard are locked in an ongoing dispute over Shelby Park in Eagle Pass, a sprawling park that, up until recently, was used as a major thoroughfare for illegal immigrants attempting to gain access to the United States. And Biden doesn't like that. He doesn't want them to stop people from entering the United States illegally. Again, it's truly bizarre. I mean, it looks like well, it looks like exactly what it is, right? If it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. The Texas National Guard took control of Shelby Park after Customs and Border Patrol agents were filmed cutting through razor wire to make it easier for illegal immigrants to enter the United States. And that's on the orders of the highest boss, right? Biden wants those people to be able to get through. So tensions hit a fever pitch this week after the Supreme Court sided with the Biden administration in a 5-4 vote, saying that federal agents may cut and remove the razor wire to allow illegal immigrants to enter the country. And that was what Roberts and Barrett, Coney Barrett, supposed to be conservatives. Feels like some mistakes might have been made in the selection process. Despite the action from the Supreme Court, the Daily Wire found that Texas authorities have not only maintained existing razor wire fortifications, but have added razor wire to border barriers, all while continuing to bar Border Patrol from establishing a presence in the park. So, Texas and Abbott are at odds in serious conflict with the Biden administration. And where is this going to go? Well, the media's decided it's not something they want people to know about. The biggest border crisis in American history, and the media goes silent. Well, why would they do that? Well, it's fairly obvious, isn't it? Right now, the United States is experiencing the biggest border crisis in American history, and the front pages of the biggest newspapers in the United States aren't even covering it. The top headlines over at the Washington Post are all about a UN court ordering Israel around and an Alabama man being put to death with nitrogen gas. They say nothing about the giant wave of illegal immigration on the border that is now spurring a constitutional showdown between the state of Texas, along with 24 other states, against the federal government. So it's now 25 states that are all in solidarity against the Biden administration and their determination to flood the United States with illegal immigrants. Again, it's hard to believe I'm even saying those words. It's crazy. Let's see. It's the same at the New York Times. Nothing at the top of the homepage. Nothing about what is going on at the border. Why? Because when it comes to the Democratic Party and their lackeys in the press, they must cover up what is going on at the southern border. Because if Americans understand what's going on at the southern border, Joe Biden will not be reelected. It's that simple. Well, let's take a look at MSNBC here. Let's see. Do they have anything going on here? Nope. Well, there's a little one there. Conservatives fan the extremist flames after Texas lost at the Supreme Court. What is the extreme? So it's not extreme. Is it maybe extreme left wing to just throw the borders open and say you can't actually even prevent people from crossing? To say, like, you make it illegal, like border security be made illegal? Strange, but it's just a little thing right there. And I think that's just gone up too, because when I looked at this page earlier, there was nothing. But this should be the biggest story. It should be this whole page. Should just be that. It's this little thing. There's a little thing here on immigration. McConnell prepares to bow to Trump's demands. There's really nothing here. Like it's not something. They're clearly not making a priority of the story for some reason, for some crazy reason. I think it's because well, what is it? Do they like the policies, or do they just like, or is it just totally partisan? So it's got to be stuff that's positive about Joe Biden, about the Democrats, or they're not going to show it. Because they must know that this doesn't look good, right? They must know that this does not look good. Preventing Texas from preventing people illegally entering the country. They obviously know that that does not look good, right? MSNBC knows that, as does the New York Times and the Washington Post and CNN and the rest of them. They know that's not a good story, so they're just not going to talk about it, or they're going to talk about it the absolute least they possibly can. It's totally transparent. So 25 states with Republican governors sign letter supporting Texas in border control fight. I think some of them are actually sending their own National Guard down there as well. Let's see. So these are the states. And obviously they're all Republican states, right? They'll have Republican governors. Almost all of the U.S. Republican governors have signed on a statement backing Texas Governor Greg Abbott in his bitter fight against the federal government over border control. I believe it's Vermont is the only one who hasn't. The statement released Thursday on the Republican Governors Association website criticized the Biden administration and said that the state of Texas has the constitutional right to defend itself. This week, Texas officials and the Department of Homeland Security sparred over barbed wire along the Rio Grande. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled that federal agents can cut through the razor wire the state installed to deter people from crossing. Again, that's just a baffling decision to make from the Supreme Court. And you had two that supposed conservative justices agreeing. Bizarre. We stand in solidarity with our fellow governor, Greg Abbott, and the state of Texas in utilizing every tool and strategy, including razor wire fences, to secure the border. Because the Biden administration has abdicated its constitutional compact duties to the states, Texas has every legal justification to protect the sovereignty of our states and our nation. So the White House addressed the governor's statements at a press briefing Friday. I wonder how Orwellian this is going to be. Quote, I would say to them, this is Karine Jean-Pierre. Has she ever spoken a true word in her entire life? I would say to them that if they truly want to help with the issue at the border, with the immigration system, that they need to talk to the congressional members, the senators in their state. They need to ask them to make sure that they have the resources they need within their respective states to take action to actually deal with a broken system. Well, I think that, like, the Biden administration broke the system, right? They're intentionally breaking it. Like, there are laws on the books. They could just stop it. It's just the ultimate in gaslighting here. It's incredible. I never thought I would see this level of deception. Although I did, live through the weapons of mass destruction thing too, though. But this, I think, is even worse because this is just truly obvious what's happening. Like, Nobody should be tricked by this. I guess unless you're watching CNN, MSNBC, reading the New York Times, reading the Washington Post, then I guess that if you're doing that, I guess you probably don't even really know. You probably think the border's secure. Right? Because I mean, again, like let's go back to MSNBC. You're not going to get anything here. They're talking about E. Jean Carroll, that crazy old bag, and we're going to talk about that tonight as well. Once we get to the Twitter part of it. All right. Border Patrol has no plans to remove razor wire set up by Texas amid feud with Biden. So, senior CBP official told Fox that the relationship between Texas and Border Patrol officials on the ground was strong. While this issue plays out in the courts, the relationship between Border Patrol, Texas Department of Public Safety, and Texas Military Department remains strong. Our focus is and will always be the mission of protecting this country and its people. On the ground, we continue to work alongside these valuable partners in that endeavor. Bottom line, Border Patrol has no plans to remove infrastructure, the razor wire, placed by Texas along the border. Our posture remains the same. If we need to access an area for emergency response, we will do so. When that happens, we will coordinate with Texas, DPS, and TMD. This sentiment was echoed by the Border Patrol Union, which in a lengthy statement dismissed the idea that Border Patrol agents could start arresting Texas National Guard members. So they're saying, it looks like they're siding with Texas here, right? That looks like what's happening. And I'm not surprised because like what Biden is doing is so obvious, right? It's such an obvious betrayal of the United States. I mean, that's what it looks like to me. In my opinion, that's what that looks like. I mean, it is the intentional facilitation. You could almost say in collusion with cartels to traffic people across the border illegally. Right? I mean, it's not that long ago that Democrats would have been calling for his head for this, right? Would have been calling for impeachment, whatever, just get him out. It's a different game now, apparently. I wonder if anybody in the media will just break. I wonder if anybody in the media, like on CNN or MSNBC, will just break live on air and just say, "What the fuck are we doing? This is crazy." I know we like the Democrats on this channel, but Jesus, 10 million people, 10 million people in 3 years. We don't even know who they are. I mean, what they think that there's like tens of thousands of like Chinese nationals, right? That have crossed the border. Right? Like China is an enemy to the United States. I mean, I don't think the Chinese Communist Party, I don't think that they're particularly shy about stating that, right? They don't like you. I mean, they made it pretty obvious. You got people heading in from like all of like all kinds of essentially like Iran, everywhere. It's not saying anything about Chinese people or Persian people or anything. I'm just saying that if they wanted to send in, they wanted to send in some agents, some agent provocateurs with the tide. I mean, why wouldn't they do that? Of course they would do that, right? Anybody would do that to their enemy, right? So I think that's fucking bonkers. All right. So I think we're past this part now, and we're just going to get straight to the Twitter stuff. So what are we going to talk about? Maybe we'll go back to that one a bit later. So this is still on the Texas stuff here. Texas Governor Abbott confirms they are prepared if Biden federalizes the National Guard. So that's one thing that Biden is being, I think that Julian Castro and there's another Democrat, Kasar, is calling on Biden to try and nationalize the Texas National Guard. Again, as I say, this is potentially a massive moment. You got 24 other states lined up behind Texas now. You see that map? Starts to look like something, doesn't it? Starts to look like something. I mean, you've got the executive branch and the Supreme Court ordering Texas to do something which absolutely endangers the people of Texas. That absolutely, um, that absolutely goes against Texan Texas's security as a state, also the security of the United States in general. I mean, this is big. I mean, again, will this be a chapter in a history book 100 years from now, or will it be the whole damn book, or will it be 50 books or 1,000 books? This is a big deal. So, I mean, a lot of people I think, are seeing it as a kind of a fight for the soul of the country. You know, where it will go, I don't know. I mean, it would seem like an insane thing for Biden to push it further, because it would seem like political suicide, would it not? I mean, would enough people? Of course, there will be people that would want to vote for somebody who was intentionally destroying the integrity of the country. You know, Scott Adams says that 25% of people are wrong about everything, every fucking thing. I tend to think he's right. So you get 25% of people that would vote for a guy who's intentionally flooding their country with illegal immigrants who they don't know who the hell they are. I mean, by the millions, right? So those people could look forward to an additional 10 if there was a second term for Biden, right? But as a political strategy running in an election year, it seems like a poor one. It seems like an extremely poor one. It looks like they're not worried about losing the election. Doesn't it? I mean, this is kind of how you'd act if you were evil and you just weren't worried about the election for whatever reason. Let's see. Governor Abbott told Tucker Carlson that if Biden federalizes Texas's National Guard, he has other armed law enforcement personnel standing guard on the border. He also confirms that other reinforcements are coming from other states. So where will this go? I don't know. It's fucking bonkers, though. Let's see. Lara Logan. She's she's the one who Lara Logan is the one who's been basically canceled off corporate media and corporate news TV because she told the truth too much. They didn't like it. She used to be on 60 Minutes, and she was actually kind of a star, like foreign reporter. But no, she told the truth too much, and they didn't like it. She's talking about this here. There's a trucker convoy, and I wonder if those truckers in the Freedom Convoy in Canada realized the kind of impact they were going to have around the world, because we've seen similar movements, in the States, in Europe, several European countries. But in any case, she's talking about this take our border back convoy, February 3rd. You go past Texas there, Tucson, Arizona, San Diego, California. And she's saying, be aware. Numerous sources indicate the federal government is planning to try to make this another fake insurrection and go after people in the convoy the same way they targeted people for exercising their constitutional rights on January 6th. They are already tracing and tracking people through their phones, iPads, etc. And yeah, I mean, would there be any expectation that they wouldn't be doing that? I mean, January 6th was like a bonanza for them. It's the gift that's kept on giving for years. And of course they have, their cooperators in the press, right? Who will just say anything, right? So if the press just starts saying something happened and it's an insurrection, another insurrection. There's a large chunk of people that will just go with it. Just say, oh yes, they'll not. Oh boy, oh this is terrible. Oh, this is terrible. They will. I mean, of course they will. So I think it should be something to be concerned about. That it's a trap. You know, I mean, we know that they like to take advantage of things, right? Of protests. So I don't know. I guess she's putting it out there. It seems like a pretty smart take to me. Let's see. Here's another one about Texas. So I put a few of these in my Twitter bookmarks. Brett Weinstein. I was just in Darien, Panama. I guess that's the Darien Gap there. The migration is being encouraged and funded by the U.S. and the UN. What's more, it's being expanded, and people on the ground know it. Stop ignoring the man behind the curtain. Well, the man behind the curtain is Biden, right? Everybody knows that. So let's see. We've got a bunch of different languages, including these languages here. So it's like Asian languages, and we've got like European languages there too. Looks like, I don't know what's it called, like Sanskrit, like South Asian languages. So yeah, it's kind of a global thing, isn't it? Let's see the next one. Somebody's paying for all these big buses, right? Somebody's paying for all of that. Again, here, that's not English and that's not Spanish. So I don't know what that is. That Mandarin or something? I don't know. Somebody out there knows. You can put it into the chat. But yeah, this isn't Mexicans going across anymore, or it's not most of them. Agua potable, safe drinking water. UNICEF. There's an American flag. Global bridges. So yeah, I mean, obviously this is a big operation. It's not just people. Somebody's put together infrastructure for this. See an American flag there. You see UNICEF there. I'm sure that Soros money is in here somewhere. Maybe it's being funded by like the Chinese Communist Party or the Chinese government. I mean, God knows, right? Biden administration doesn't seem very interested in finding out, and the media doesn't seem very interested in finding out. They just want to ignore it. Seems like they just want you to smoke weed and take fentanyl so you don't notice. It's crazy. This is absolutely fucking insane. These are historic events. How historic? I don't know. We will find out, I guess. All right, Amy Eileen Ham. She is the nurse in Canada that's being persecuted by the regulating body for nurses in British Columbia because she doesn't think that men can be women. So, yeah, she's been in court for like a year over this. They're basically torturing her over it. It's basically lawfare, I think. But in any case, she's pretty brave, and she is fighting the lunacy, and she has tweeted this. In an effort to avoid the transphobic words girls and boys, the change rooms at St. Pius Catholic School, Regina, Saskatchewan, are now labeled A and B. I don't think I've ever seen anything more idiotic than this. Because, okay, so they're going to choose A or B, right? They're going to choose A or B. So somebody's going to use A, and then somebody's going to use B. How do you think they're going to figure out who uses A and B? Or although, I mean, why not just have them both A, right? Or just have nothing. Just anybody goes in. So A is for one group, B is for another group. I wonder what those groups are going to be. I wonder if it's going to be girls and boys. The mental pretzels that these people are twisting themselves into to try and be woke, to try and satisfy the woke. Because, I mean, A is going to mean either boys or girls. B is going to mean either boys or girls, right? I mean, what an utter and total waste of time. And it's almost like they're trying to teach the kids to be contemptuous of reality. I mean, certainly contemptuous of the people running the schools. And I think that this might make them contemptuous of like gender theory and wokeness as well. Because I mean, it's so obviously absurd. And if the media is not going to make fun of it, if their favorite comedians aren't going to make fun of it, well, they're going to. Kids are naturally rebellious. They're naturally wanting to rebel against the status quo. And this is so absurd. It's like, it's low hanging fruit, right? All right. Anyway, so here's that E. Jean Carroll, who a court in New York has granted her $83 million in a defamation trial against Donald Trump. Okay, here she is on CNN. This is a clip that Trump was not allowed to show in the trial, by the way. One second. Just got to fix something here. Okay. Now it should work properly. Hold on.
You don't feel like a victim.
I was not thrown on the ground and ravished, which the word rape carries so many sexual connotations. This was not sexual. It hurt.
Well, I think most people think of rape as it is a violent assault. It is not.
I think most people think of rape as being sexy.
Let's take a short break.
Think of the fantasies.
We're just going to take a quick break. If you can stick around, we'll talk more on the others.
Yeah, Anderson's like, oh shit, this isn't going the way we want. Let's get her get her off now. Cap says, sup? Not too much, just doing a live stream. What's up with you? Hope you're having a good night. How do you like the show so far? And actually, let me know like if the volume and everything is good. I always ask that because I fuck around with things between streams, and I don't know if I've broken everything. All right. Anyway, yeah. So this crazy lady is getting $83 million from Donald Trump for, as far as I can tell, just lying, just completely lying. Let's see. She accused him of sexual assault. She didn't know where. She got the year wrong about 5 times. She said she was wearing something that didn't actually even exist, hadn't even been designed at the time that she claimed. So then she changed the dates. It sounds to me like there's absolutely no way that any of this happens if it's not Trump and it's not New York. Well, I guess California. If it's not Trump and in a district that absolutely hates Trump. It appears as if the justice system in these places has just been weaponized against him. And I guess anybody who's deemed not sufficiently leftist. It's pretty horrifying, is it not? Like, I mean, $83 million for a crazy lady. She lives in a place called the Mouse House out in the woods, like paints rocks and stuff. She has absolutely no evidence for any of her claims. None of it matters because it's Trump. All right, let's move on. So I'm a big fan of Larry Elder. And pretty much if I ever see a clip with Larry Elder on Twitter, I'm going to put it on the show. So let's take a look.
I said, whoever said compound interest is the greatest force in the universe, and by the way, I checked, it wasn't Einstein who said it. Whoever said compound interest is the greatest force in the universe never encountered white guilt. I just think there's a whole bunch of white people that feel really, really bad about slavery, really, really bad about Jim Crow, really, really bad about how black people used to be treated, and this is their way of making up.
I hear you, and I can understand that, but I kind of think they're just white supremacists, and I mean that in the literal sense. We saw that Yale study we love to cite where white liberals speak down to black people and white conservatives don't. White conservatives meet a black guy, they talk to him like normal. White liberals, they dumb themselves down.
What up?
but not even that. They use second grade vocabulary. Like these people, in my mind, I don't think they have white guilt. I think they have a white superiority complex where they imagine them going like, well, we're so much better than they are. They need our help.
But
I'll give you a quick example.
It's white man's burden.
Right. So I met these activists when I was in North Dakota at the No Dakota Access Pipeline protest. And I'm there to document stuff. But of course, it's all leftist protesters who are very, woke. And I'm sitting down for dinner because I'm friends of friends. And we get into a conversation. This one guy brings up, so what happens is I said, I got to leave tomorrow because I have to drive to California. I have a meeting at 9 in the morning in 3 days. So I got to drive overnight. And he said, and he smirks and says, a meeting at 9 a.m. He's like, that's colonial thinking. And I asked him, what is colonial thinking? When I have a meeting? And he's like, it's colonial thinking, dude. Like having a schedule to wake up. You think the Native Americans do that? They wake up when they need to wake up. They wake up when the sun comes up. And I was like, white people didn't invent time or scheduling, dude. And he was like, yeah, they did. It was the colonists who brought all that stuff. And I was like, bro, people in Asia have time and can track the hours of the day and decide we should meet at a certain point of the day. And he goes, no, it was white people who brought that. And I was like, my dude, the Chinese invented compasses 1,000 years before you did. And he goes, no, it's white Europeans who brought all that stuff to China. And I'm like, holy crap, this guy literally thinks white Europeans invented everything, developed science and technology, and then exported that to Asia. And I'm like, is this true? China invented compasses 1,000 years before Europeans did. I don't hold that against I don't say, wow, Asia, you're so great, or Europe, you're so dumb. It's just a thing that happened. But these people believe white people invented everything. They're just white supremacists.
They invented it to oppress other people. That's the other part. To benefit themselves and to make it harder for everyone else to exist.
They made the compass to control direction. So that,
Yes.
They invented racism.
Hey, thanks, Caps. I appreciate that. So what they're saying is true. If you look at like there was a pamphlet put out by the Smithsonian. They had it at the Smithsonian, and it was about whiteness and white supremacy. And it was literally saying that like time, like measuring time and like punctuality were white supremacy. The nuclear family. I think BLM has that on their website. The nuclear family is white supremacy. Being nice, right? Like they have there's nothing I've seen, which is like the white supremacy pyramid. And it's literally talking about like punctuality and being friendly, niceness. There's no way out. They list everything. So there's no way out. It's a rigged game, right? There's no way to not be racist. Absolutely none. And with this idea that white people invented literally everything, the Chinese invented plenty, right? They invented plenty. I think the Arabs came up with the concept of zero. What it reveals is that, and I've said this on my shows many, many times, is that leftists, and I don't call them liberals because none of these people are liberals anymore. Any actual real liberal, like a Brett Weinstein or somebody like that, has been pushed over to the conservatives now, and that's who they talk to. Or Jordan Peterson really was always a liberal as well. So there is nobody to moderate their lunacy on the left anymore, and it's just the far left. We should just call it what it is. They're not liberals. But I've said many times, I've been saying this since I started the channel like 4 years ago. I've been saying that leftists view, white leftists, right? They view everybody who's not white as junior members of humanity. They are racist. Now, I think they've added East Asians to that as well, because the statistics by every metric in, Canada, the US, pretty much everywhere that they go, by all metrics, economically, they do better than white people. In terms of criminal statistics, arrests, all of that, they do better. They're less than white people. Education, better than white people. And what this does is it completely disproves the whole center of their ideology, right? That it destroys this idea of this absurd idea that everything is structurally racist. Because if East Asian people, it's not just them, it's actually like immigrants from like Nigeria, Persians, they also do great. So it destroys their narrative of, systemic racism. So they tend to kind of ignore those people a little bit more, especially East Asians. But they see other groups as they treat them this way, and I have no reason to believe that they don't see them this way. Tim Pool was just talking about how when white liberals are talking to, they're not really liberals, but whatever, when they're talking to black people, that they dumb down their conversation because they are fundamentally racist, right? They see them as junior members of humanity that they must protect. They have a fundamentally kind of patriarchal or matriarchal, maybe that's a better word, view of them. Which, I mean, I think is actually racist. I don't think of anybody that way. I see people as individuals. I don't meet somebody I've never met before and think that I know anything about them, because I don't. Let's see. 10th Angel says Biden is disgusting. Well, the things he does are pretty terrible. I mean, he's pretty clearly intentionally flooding the United States with illegal people that they don't know who they are because they throw their ID away before they cross the border. That is appalling. But we've already gone on about that quite a bit tonight. So, and I think we will more because there's more stuff in the Twitter feed here. Let's see. What's this? I'll never stop thinking about the line, quote, software companies had diversity quotas to meet and realized it was easier to turn autistic men into women than it was to turn women into software engineers. Well, a lot of people, like a lot of software engineers, a lot of people who get into the tech, they're on the spectrum, I mean, they're functional, obviously very functional, but they're kind of on the spectrum. And it appears that autistic people, especially kids, are extremely susceptible to gender theory. So it feels like they might be being preyed on by people trying to, I think a lot of the people pushing the gender theory, it really is just like an obsession. It's like it's a political obsession with them. Like they don't seem to actually be interested in anybody's well-being. It's just pushing this new thing, the new obsession. So, which I think is bad. Let's see. When it comes to non-Canadians, it would be nice if the Trudeau government was as concerned about Hamas as it is about Tucker Carlson. Yeah, well, we're going to get into that. We're going to get into the Tucker Carlson. He's referring to the Tucker Carlson visit to Alberta. So he did a speech in Calgary and in Edmonton, and the Liberal Party of Canada is freaking out. See, their strategy right now, because everything is so terrible, it's a bit like in the United States and Canada right now. So immigration is the biggest. It doesn't matter what the media says. Look, immigration is the biggest issue in Canada as well as in the States, because it's been unbelievable amounts. I mean, it's 1 million people a year in a country of 30. I think we've now just hit 40 million people. So that's an enormous amount. And he doesn't seem to be doing anything. He just seems to be plowing along as he's been going. He hasn't changed anything, except that now what he's doing, Trudeau, is just accusing Pierre Poilievre, the very popular leader of the Conservative Party, much more popular than he is, accusing him of being a MAGA conservative, which is very interesting. But we'll get into all of that. Or maybe I'll just rant on about it right now. So Trudeau is constantly trying to drag in American politics into Canada, and he's accusing the Conservatives here of being MAGA. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It's Canada. These aren't the same political parties. It's just as conservative, and he thinks that Canadians are afraid of MAGA and Trump. So that's his desperate attempt to try and scare people away from the conservatives and to him, even though he's ruining everybody's life. Some people obviously will be that stupid, and he knows that. But they're accusing the Canadians. And they've been doing this wrong, by the way. The Freedom Convoy, they tried to blame that on the States too. They're shadowy Americans that were financing, American far-right white supremacists that were financing the truckers. It all turned out to be a lie, of course. They also blame Putin too. But they're accusing the conservatives here of dragging in that scary American conservatism, the far-right MAGA. As with all leftists, they accuse you of doing exactly what they always do. So guess who was at the Liberals' last convention? Hillary Clinton. She's not Canadian. She's from the States. Isn't that interesting? The reality is that when Trudeau is ranting about MAGA, who else does that? Well, Biden does that. He's just mirroring Biden, even though it's a completely different country, and then accusing his political adversaries of being the ones that are dragging in American-style politics. I mean, it's obvious to people that, who are not completely lobotomized yet, who haven't been completely lobotomized by the media, but it will work on some people, right? I mean, there are, like everywhere else, there's 25% of people who will be wrong about literally every fucking thing for their entire lives. Any decision, they will be wrong. All right, so where we go next? Donald Trump was prevented from using his accuser's posts in arguments today in court. Wonder why? Yes, so the E. Jean Carroll thing where she's awarded $83 million in a totally fair trial, obviously. So they couldn't use the video of her on Anderson Cooper where she was looking wacky. And then these are tweeted by Donald Trump. Says, sex tip I learned from my dog. When in heat, chase the male until he collapses with exhaustion. Then jump him. Wonder if that might have had any impact in the trial. I mean, it's in New York, so probably not. They're just going to get Trump regardless. How do you know your unwanted sexual advance is unwanted until you advance it? Is that something that a victim from 30 years ago would say? I'm not sure. There's no such thing as a slut, only sexual geniuses. Trump says, by the way, that he can't even remember this woman and that he was never, obviously he denies any of this ever happened. Her claims. Let's see. What can be done about the penis? It gets large when you want it small and stays small when you want it large, blah, blah. It's not the most beautiful woman. No, it's the woman who makes the least mistakes who seduces the most men. So none of this was admissible in the court for some reason in the totally fair trial. I mean, it's all pretty blatant, isn't it? Pretty blatant. Capps is saying he has not made any commitment to reduce legal immigration. His solution to house prices is to build more houses. I guess we will need 1 million per year. Well, I would say this. I want to see him talk about it more forthrightly. Now, I have heard him on several occasions talking about common sense immigration and saying that the numbers are too high and that essentially we should only be bringing in people that we actually need. I think it's a mistake that he's not talking about it more forthrightly, not making it more of an issue. I mean, it's the number one issue in Canada. I understand the logic of the media is, of course, going to go, oh, racist, white nationalist, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I don't think that matters. I don't think anybody cares anymore. Or enough people don't. Not enough people care to fall for that. Oh, again, I mean, the same thing that they use CBC, that's just all it is every single day, all day, every day, right? And they're going to say it about him anyway. So I don't see what the downside is. I mean, I will tell you one thing. If immigration isn't massively reduced, if Pierre gets in, which I think that he will, but if he doesn't massively reduce immigration, I mean, the sense of betrayal is going to be absolutely massive. And I think you'll see some protests bigger than the Freedom Convoy because it has gotten to the point of insanity, right? And you have to look too at the UK. I mean, the Tories there, the Conservatives there in the UK have been in power for 13 years, right? Brexit was about, first and foremost, immigration. That's what it was really about. And the Conservatives Party in Great Britain has completely and utterly betrayed its voters there. You know, if you're a conservative in Great Britain, you are absolutely disgusted with them. And they're going to lose, they're set to lose in a massive landslide in the next election there because they've betrayed the people. Now, maybe they don't care. Maybe there's another order of authority that they are appealing to. It kind of seems like it. It seems like there's another authority that they're subject to than the voters, obviously, because they've got record amounts of immigration now in the UK instead of it being massively cut, which is what the voters actually wanted. Let's see. Cap says, you're totally right. If Pierre was strongly in favor of reducing immigration, he would get way more popular. Everyone wants less, even recent immigrants. It's true. Because he is bought off. It's because he's bought off to keep it going. I think he's making a decision, a calculated risk with the media, because there's so much negative press about him from the media, from the bought off media. That I think he's being a bit cowardly. I got to say, I'll just say it. I think he's being a little bit cowardly. I think he needs to show more. I mean, I think he's shown lots of backbone so far, but he needs to show more. The immigration is a fucking winning issue. If he's really, really here to serve the Canadian people, all of them, because Caps is right. Even immigrants want less because they're still in the market. They still have to compete with everybody else too. Right? They still have to, pay rent and buy houses. They still have to buy groceries. Everybody knows what's up. Everybody knows what's going on. Massive immigration is wildly inflational. It's supply and demand. So, yeah, I think he's being kind of a pussy about it. I mean, if he really, really is here to serve the Canadian people, he needs to step up on that. Because if the Conservatives get in and then they just keep up the same thing, well, it was all just a waste, because that is really the root of Canada's problems. We just simply can't handle those numbers. They say, well, it's a huge country. Well, yeah, you go off and live in a fucking forest, right? You go live on a mountain, right? Like you need infrastructure. You need cities, you need infrastructure. You need jobs. You need hospitals. People can't just live. It's a big country. Well, what the fuck? What difference does that fucking mean? You still need to live somewhere. There's a hospital, where there's roads, where there's electricity, right? And and yeah, Caps is right. We can't build 1 million houses a year. It's just not going to happen. It's crazy. And if we did try and build that many, well, that's also inflationary. So now the cost of every house is going to go up the more that you make, the more that you build. Anyway, one second. All right. So the weirdest thing in the world, the absolute weirdest thing in the world is Ben Shapiro being number one on iTunes right now with Tom McDonald as a rapper. Like Ben Shapiro owns at least half of being the top rapper, at least on iTunes right now. Ben Shapiro. Did not have that on my bingo card. I did not see that coming. And I got to be honest, I've watched it, and I can play it for you guys, but I have to warn you, there's some cringe involved. And I like Ben Shapiro. I do. I don't agree with him on anything, on everything. I don't agree with everybody on everything, but I quite like him. I think he's very smart, and I'm okay with listening to some things I don't agree with. That's just fine with me. I think directionally, I think he's in the right camp. Let's see. Cap says, I hope you're right that he is playing optics with the media and really wants to reduce immigration, but I feel like that isn't very likely. If he isn't brave enough to say it now, he won't be later. This is my worry. Like, you're not wrong to think that way. Like, this is my worry too, right? I'm not, I'm taking it I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm not black pilled on it yet. I understand people who are, but I'm not. I'm white pilled. I mean, what else are you going to do? Just give up. But yeah, I mean, that's what I fear. That is my fear as well. Now he has talked about it, but he hasn't spent a lot of time talking about it. Right. So if what he has actually said is true and he follows through with that, Pierre Poilievre, then that'll be good. That will make people happy. That'll make me happy. But we'll have to see. I mean, it's, we're throwing the dice, but what else we got? I mean, look, one thing we know with Trudeau, in 10 years, this country will be fucking unlivable. So Ben Shapiro, the rapper. I've got the video down here. We'll get to it in a minute. I do have to warn you, though, it is cringe. I've got to say, it's definitely cringe. I tried to watch it the first time. It got right up to when Ben Shapiro started rapping, and I just was like, oh, no. And I turned it off. I just started feeling really uncomfortable. But then I went back and said, no, I got to watch it. I got to watch it for the stream. So I watched it, and I survived. But yeah, I mean, I gotta say, kind of cringe, but I love the fact that it's #1 on iTunes. So I guess we won't know with like Spotify and all of that coming up. But I mean, how hilarious is that? That's like mirror universe stuff. Ben Shapiro, #1 rapper. I don't know. Did not see that coming. Let's see. A Canadian military commander is upset that soldiers are discarding. So often I'm reading something and I honestly can't believe I'm reading it. A Canadian military commander is upset that soldiers are discarding tampons in men's washrooms. In an email to his detachment, he demands support for non-binary inclusion and threatens those protesting with discipline. So if you didn't know, dear leader Justin Trudeau, the prime virtue signaler of Canada, has mandated that I believe it's all federal buildings, men's rooms must have tampons, and also all military bases, all military facilities, men's washrooms must also have tampons. That's what Trudeau is concerned with while people can't afford to pay rent or buy groceries. So, I'm just going to get back to what Caps is saying. They're talking about the immigration thing in Canada, because it's a crisis here too, just not an illegal one. It's that Trudeau's actually doing what he's doing legally. What he's saying, the solution is that people need to really keep the pressure up on Pierre to do what is needed. I know people will celebrate and stop caring if he wins, like we won, but that's only the first step. 100%. And I've actually been saying that. Right? Cautiously optimistic, but we've got to keep the pressure on him because, the easier road, the path of least resistance is to not ire the media any more than there are. I mean, that's also a waste of time because he is Hitler to them no matter what, till the end of time. So it doesn't really matter. You don't actually gain anything by trying to placate them, which And generally he's not. I mean, we all love the Apple video, right? The apple munching video. But I could understand like political advisors just saying seeing the constant pylon and getting a bit shy, getting a bit gun shy, but that's a complete waste of time and counterproductive. So yeah, 100%. Like the pressure needs to stay on so that he doesn't weaken, so that he doesn't bend on this issue. But back to this. So, I mean, look at that. Look at that guy too. The smile. It's just so creepy. It's just so fucking insane. What do you guys think of this? I mean, it sure does look like insanity to me. I don't know what else you could call it. It just looks like total insanity. So they put tampon dispensers in the men's washrooms in the fucking army. The soldiers are offended by this, tear them down, and then the commander is telling them that he's going to punish them if they keep doing this because they have to support non-binary inclusion, even if there isn't any of that. All seems rather mad to me. All seems rather mad. He's going to threaten those protesting with discipline. Like what? Like drag shows on base? Oh, sorry, it would be no more drag shows on base. I guess that would be the punishment. They'll take away, high heels Sunday or something. It all looks like insanity to me. All right. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to play this for you guys. I'm warning you, though. I'm warning you, it is a little cringy. Now, Tom McDonald, that's him, he's good at rapping, so he's good. It's just that when Ben Shapiro comes in, I'll play the whole thing for you, but just when Ben Shapiro comes in, I think it's awesome that he's like the #1 rapper now, Ben Shapiro, but I'm just saying, all right, let's just see. You know what? That wasn't as bad that time. That's my third time watching it now. Ben was not as bad as I thought last time. It was not as cringy as last time. I want to like it, but I still can't say that it's really good. But I think it's an absolutely marvelous thing that it's #1 on iTunes, the #1 rap on iTunes. Ben Shapiro, #1 rap on iTunes. That's a marvelous thing indeed. What did you guys think of that? Let's see. Okay. Oh, this here. Okay. From Rupa Subramanya, who's a good, really good Canadian, conservative Canadian journalist. Trudeau's ministers try to stifle free speech by calling out the visit of a private American citizen, Tucker Carlson, to speak in Canada, and characterized the criticism of the government and some of its ministers as inciting political violence. Shows how far down the slippery slope of illiberal democracy Canada has come. Frightening. It actually is. So this here is the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. The other guy is played a key role in the emergencies. What's his name? Let me just play this for you.
And Minister Guilbeault, I mean, you're the minister that, as your colleague was saying, was targeted. I mean, how do you feel about your name being brought up?
I mean, this goes beyond me and the fact that I was targeted last night at this event. This increases political violence.
He says targeted. He was made fun of.
Against everyone who runs for office in this country, whether they're doing it at the municipal level, at the provincial level, or at the federal level. as my friend and colleague Randy said, like we can have differences of opinion. We can bang our fist on the table when we meet. We can have strong disagreement, but to incite violence against people who disagree with you, that's not how things should be done in Canada.
Can you clarify what is the violence? What is the violence? I think the minister also said this in French. What is the violence that they're bringing to Canada? What is the political violence that you're talking about? Just to be very clear.
Well, to put a target on someone's back, for example, to name
What is the evil?
To put
what is
someone
the
in
evil that you
crosshairs.
say they're- And Minister Evo, I mean, you're the minister.
Absolutely pathetic. It's the only card they have, though, right? Absolutely pathetic. Putting a target on them. Why, are you afraid that they're going to trample you with a horse? Like what happened at the when they crushed the Freedom Convoy? I mean, the hypocrisy from these people is truly stunning. Truly stunning. He was made fun of by Tucker Carlson. Ooh, boo hoo hoo. Ooh, it's a target on him. These are bad people. These are very bad people. This guy here would literally bring Canada to its knees for his fucking insane climate agenda. Truly, he would have people starving, Canadians starving, to meet his climate goals. None of these people have ever taken a look, apparently, at like, well, what's Canada's share of all this carbon? By the way, it's about 2%. Canada could disappear off the map tomorrow, and there'd be no difference in world climate, global climate. Any difference there was would be made up by China building, 300 new coal plants the next day. The government, the Trudeau government, is made up of extremists. And he is an absolute climate extremist, probably a communist too, because most of them are. Let's see. This is what I was talking about earlier. The Liberal Party accuses the CPC of practicing far-right American-style politics. Meanwhile, oh, who's that? There's Guilbeault with John Kerry. There's Trudeau with John Kerry. There's Hillary Clinton. There's Freeland with Hillary Clinton. Oh, there's Trudeau with Obama. It's always what they're accusing you of is what they're doing at all times forever. What's going on here? It says, fellas, don't even bother trying to date her unless you make over 200,000. Well, she must be a catch. Let's take a look.
I just want you guys to know there's no way that I'm going to date a man that makes under 200K a year. That don't even make no sense. I'm not trying to struggle. I can struggle by myself. Okay? Why would I want to struggle with a man? So if you're not making 200K, you can't date me. You trying to date me?
Your terms are acceptable, ma'am. Wow. I think she just made that video to just warn men to stay away from her. Because what else is it going to do? That can be the only purpose. I wonder what people are actually saying about this on the internet. Let's see. What's in the comments? You got to be over 6'5", have money, a house, 2 cars, and liked by 8 kids. Her. There's a lot of videos like that out there, and I find them all very amusing. Oh, dear. Oh, man. Okay. All right. Let's move on. Her terms are acceptable. So I've already seen this. Oh, this is good, actually. This is Michael Malice talking about, well, you'll see. Let's put it on.
I think people underestimate to what extent privileged, especially white women, are willing to sacrifice their children for the altar of status. For them, having a trans kid is like winning the lottery, right? And you laugh, but it's really the case. It's very disturbing. They're the only ones bringing their kids to drag shows because for these affluent white female liberals, awfuls, a man in makeup is like the second coming. And, they're showing dad or their husband or whoever how enlightened they are, because this is what corporate media tells them. So they can't wait to bring their kids and show how with the program they are. So they are a menace. And this, in my opinion, is Munchausen's by proxy. They're torturing their kids for the sake of status and accolades.
Yep. Because it is a crazy idea, right? Like this redefinition of gender is crazy. It makes absolutely no sense. How can gender be a social construct, and yet you're born in the wrong body? That makes no sense. That's a major contradiction right there, right? That's a major incoherence in the theory right there, right at the start. Right at the start, it's like, oh, well, this doesn't make any sense. Instead of like, well, I guess we'll just move on from that. No, let's just build up this this bizarre new redefinition of the word gender, which used to be just synonymous with sex. When we talk about sex and gender, it was just the same thing until fairly recently, at least popularly, at least outside of universities, until fairly recently. And now it's been redefined. Gender has been redefined as this abstract concept, this unfalsifiable abstract concept, which could just be anything. I mean, we've been told there's infinite genders. Maybe there's 87, maybe there's 120, maybe there's an infinite amount. I think that's what the plus is for in the LGBTQ plus. Because what's a plus, right? Plus is just more. We don't know what it is yet, but we're sure it's there. They can be pluses for now, and they'll get a different letter later, I guess. It's just, the plus is just the infinite whatever people can come up with. They're frog gender, they're omnigender. If your ideology, if your scientific theory, say, about gender has something called omnigender, which is all genders at once, right? Then your theory is bullshit, because that's absurd, and it's absurd on its faith. What they've done is, in their woke religion, they've just created these articles of faith, and gender being one of them. You just have to take their word for it. You can say, well, how can gender be a social construct, but also somebody be, a 6-year-old be born in the wrong body? Well, that conflicts with their religion. They just shrug it off and go, no, it has to be taken as an article of faith. You just have to believe. And if you don't, well, then you're a fascist, apparently. It's like, I don't know. I feel like I say this on every single live stream, but it's the woke ideology at this point. Most people, I mean, there's the theorist Marcuse and those people behind it, right? Peggy McIntosh, and there's others. But for the useful idiots, for the masses of the useful idiots, really what it is just anything that feels left, right? And because it's progressive, it has to keep moving to the left. So it's not, you wonder how how their ideas can be so incoherent. Because there is no real foundation to it. There's no core to it. It's just simply what feels left. So if something feels left, if the newspapers and the MSNBC is signaling to them that this is the right thing to believe, they'll just go with it. If you're immersed in leftist culture, there's no win for you in thinking about things, right? Because when you have an incoherent ideology, if you allow yourself to think, you're going to start to question it. That can be uncomfortable. That can cause some psychological discomfort. So it's best just not to think, just to act, just to go with it, just to put that thing, that flag, whatever it is, in your bio, on your social media. Just keep going into the thing that feels left. It feels like it would be the acceptable thing. It feels like the thing that a reporter from the New York Times would approve of. And it's dangerous, because if that's what's the motivating factor, you can get people to do pretty much anything. Cap says the contradiction is the whole point. That's why calling it out doesn't matter. It's simply to destroy the existing order. They hate the world, so they want to destroy it. There is no care what comes. I think that that is certainly a part of it. I do think that for the useful idiots, for the masses of the useful idiots, the TikTok useful idiots, TikTok masses, I mean, they are just simply, it's fashion for them, right? It's fashion. These are people that they wouldn't go to the protest, the BLM protest or whatever, if they couldn't film themselves there or take a selfie and post it on their social media, right? It's fashion for them. But yeah, I mean, I think that certainly a lot of the professors, a lot of the political leaders, they do want to, certainly like the far left, like Black Bloc, Antifa and all that, they do want to destroy civilization. They want to burn it down so that they can rebuild what they think is a utopia. Although I wonder so much if they even think it's going to be a utopia. But they want to burn everything down so they can build this new thing from the ashes, which they say is going to be this beautiful place. If any of them have actually read any 20th century history and learned about like Maoism, the Cultural Revolution, the Holodomor, Soviet Union, or Cuba, or Cambodia, if they read these things, they know that it's not going to be a beautiful utopia, right? I mean, maybe the calculation would be that they could grasp some power within that new system in a way that they wouldn't be able to in a liberal democracy, in a society where things were fair or where, merit counted, right? Certainly you would have to think that I saw this, there's a video with that Richard Wolff, who's a fucking communist, just a straight up communist, which is going viral right now. I saw it on Tim Pool. And he's a Marxist theorist or something, a professor. And he almost certainly knows the hell that would come. You have to think, if he's that well educated on it, he has to know the hell that is in store for everybody. Because even if you're think about being alive during in Soviet Union while Stalin was alive, for instance, and even afterwards. I mean, it would have been a life of constant paranoia and fear. Because it could be anybody. If you're not Stalin, you're at risk all the time. You could just be disappeared or sent to a camp or tortured, whatever. And that wasn't, just the Soviet Union. You're talking about China as well. Pretty much everywhere that communism has taken over. So people like this Richard Wolff, I mean, I think he almost certainly knows that, they're going to have to, as they say, break a few eggs, right? Eggs meaning, a few million people. So there are certainly people directing things who understand exactly what they're doing. But I think most of the people, it's just fashion, transgenderism or socialism, communism, whatever. It might as well just be, Blink 182 or something, or Beyonce or something, Anyway, let's take a look in the comments section here. He is spot on. Yep, I agree. Munchausen by proxy. Parents, particularly mothers, or almost exclusively mothers, maybe, transing their kids so that they can get attention and status. So fucking accurate. I wonder if white liberal women love trans people so much because they love the idea of humiliating and emasculating men. Perhaps so. Transhausen syndrome by proxy. As a conservative white woman, I approve. They are a menace. The white liberal, well, they call them liberal, but they're not. There's nothing really liberal about them. White liberal women. All right. Let's move on. I feel like we're probably not going to go do like the 4 hours, 5. I think we did 5 hours, over 5 hours last Friday. I don't think we're going to make it that long tonight, but we'll keep going. So just in, that's 8 hours ago, Donald Trump's lawyer, Alina Habba, goes off in a fiery statement after Trump was ordered to pay E. Jean Carroll $83 million, which is completely insane. Habba quickly shot back at a journalist who asked if she regrets her decision to represent Trump. So let's take a look.
No. I'm glad you asked me that question. No, I'm not having any second thoughts about representing President Trump. It is the proudest thing I could ever do. What I am having second thoughts about is the license that I stand here with that the people in there are supposed to have. I have not spoken because I respect my ethics while I'm on trial. But let me now speak about what has happened. I have sat on trial after trial for months in this state, the state of New York. Attorney General Letitia James, and now this. Weeks. Why? Because President Trump is leading in the polls, and now we see what you get in New York. So don't get it twisted, whoever asked me that question. I am so proud to stand with President Trump. But I am not proud to stand with what I saw in that courtroom. I'm not finished. Let me just finish and I'll take questions, please. Before I walked into court, that judge decided that every single defense President Trump had, we were not allowed to raise in front of the jury. It is in writing, and I encourage the journalists, the real journalists, to take the minute to look at his orders. There was no proof. And I couldn't prove that she didn't bring in the dress. There was no DNA. There was no expert. My experts were denied. Two of them were denied to come in. They didn't let me bring up that Reid Hoffman funded Miss Kaplan. And you know what we got in there? That my witness, who was her friend, who said that she is a drug addict and the drug addict is herself. That friend, I found out in there, was paid for by Miss Kaplan's firm, and that is disgusting. That is a violation of everything I stand for, and that is why I stand with Trump. And that is why so many Americans are so proud that he is running again and so excited to run to the ballot box. But don't get it twisted. We are seeing a violation of our justice system. Ladies and gentlemen, you are not allowed to be stripped of every defense that you have. You are not allowed to be told that you can't bring it up. And imagine a point where a judge tells the lawyer, before your client, the former president of the United States, the leading candidate and obvious nominee for the Republican Party, before he takes the stand to defend himself, Ms. Habba, tell me the questions you're going to ask in open court and tell me exactly what he's going to respond. And then edited my questions, edited the response he was allowed to give. And guess what my client did? He took the stand. He abided by the rules of this corrupt system that I have seen. We will immediately appeal. We will set aside that ridiculous jury. And I just want to remind you all of one thing. I will continue with President Trump to fight for everybody's First Amendment right to speak. Everybody's a right.
You know what the thing is? I mean, she's awesome, by the way. But how much of that is going to make it into any place where a Biden supporter or just a non-Trump supporter is going to see it? Like, how much of that is going to make it into the New York Times or the Washington Post? Is CNN going to show this? Right? Is MSNBC going to show this? Maybe they'll show 2 seconds and then have 10 people shit on her, attack her, lie about her. Did you see something like this and you go, wow, I mean, how could people see this and not see what he's not allowed to present evidence. It's not the first time. The other one with them, with Mar-a-Lago, with the loans, the bank loans, that was just a summary judgment. He wasn't even allowed to present evidence in that one either. But it just goes into a black hole where people who don't want to know won't know, and people who would want to know will never know that it exists in the first place, right? And those are the people that think that the border in the states in Texas is secure and that it's just a big political play by, far right Republicans. But anyway, let's continue.
To defend the themselves when they are wrongfully accused, and to be able to say, I didn't do it. And to double and triple and quadruple down and say, this is wrong. This is wrong. But we are in the state of New York. We are in a New York jury, and that is why we are seeing these witch hunts, these hoaxes, as he calls them. And this is another one of them. Be brought in New York, in states where they know they will get juries like this. It will not deter us. We're fighting, and I assure you, we didn't win today, but we will win. The record that was made in there, and the behavior I saw in there, some of which was reported widely today, gave us the most perfect record on appeal, and even if I needed it, which I don't, we were stripped of every defense, every single defense before we walked in there. And I am proud to stand with President Trump because he showed up, he stood up, he took the stand, and he faced this judge. And you know what? I'll continue to do so with him. Yes.
Ms. Hubbard, is the former
Of course, I've spoken with the president.
Ms. Hubbard, is the former president scared now of the consequences of his actions?
The former president does not live his life in fear, as you've seen every single day. The former president and probably future president will continue to fight for Americans. Thank you very much, everybody.
So obviously there's a problem. Obviously the justice system, at least in certain districts. I mean, it seems like New York, you know, it's like if you're conservative, you're out of luck, right? So, but then you're going to get something more. It's just now down to geography, whether or not you get a fair trial or whether you get railroaded. So, I mean, the judiciary in Canada is largely just now been infested with activists as well, activist judges. We get the occasional thing like the federal court saying that the Emergencies Act was not justified. That's big. That's big. But when that happens, you're surprised. So, I mean, there's such a long road for the Western world to return to normalcy, to return to sanity again. You know, for people to have confidence in institutions, right? The left has really torn that down. It's like I say about Trudeau all the time. You know, I mean, okay, Pierre Poilievre gets in, but Trudeau has caused generational problems. The problems in Canada are generational now. It's not going to be fixed in 4 years. The kind of problems that these awful leaders like him and like Biden cause. I mean, these are generational problems now that, you know, our kids will be dealing with. But again, you know, I'm not black-pilled. I'm white-pilled. It's just, you know, it's unfortunate that crazy people have taken over. But I don't think that it's hopeless. Let's see what's going on here. What's going on with my Twitter? Hold on a second. There we go. Okay. Oh, no. What's going on here? Oh, maybe we need to reload this. Hold on. Well, my computer picked a terrible time to act weird. Let's try this one out. What's going on here? Let's see. How do I get to bookmarks out of here? Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. In fact, hold on 1 second. I'm just going to pause everything for 1 second. Okay, I don't think I can. So my computer seems to be fucking up for some reason. And this is pretty frustrating. Okay, let's just try this. All right. I don't know why this is happening. All right. All bookmarks. Okay. Looks like we got it fixed. Thank you for your patience. And now we're just going to scroll down to where we were. Okay. Scott Adams, I thought this was the trailer for World War Z. No, literally. I thought it was CGI because this couldn't possibly be real. David Sachs, Biden's policy is open borders. Everything else is noise. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Pretty unreal, isn't it? But that is the reality. That's what's going on. And it's being supported and promoted. It's just the strangest thing in the world. Ben Shapiro is the #1 rapper on iTunes. LOL. I don't know. So, you know, what is happening is epic, right? Like, it is historically significant, without question. And I guess maybe that's getting that point across there, that what is happening in Texas is epic, right? You know, Tim Pool is he's been waiting for a moment like this. He's been talking about civil war for years, right? Now I'm not saying it's going to go to that, but it's a conflict between the president and a state, right? Basically between all of the blue states and all of the red states, because 25 states now have gotten behind, or 24 have gotten behind Texas. It's epic. I mean, it's genuinely a historic thing, and not in a good way, you know? It's not a good thing that Texas has to essentially deny the president because he is actively working against national security. That's not a good thing. All right. So it says open borders is causing Democrats to lose more voters. Anybody who is about open borders, we against you, plain and simple. The country has woken up. So let's see what this guy has to say.
Black Americans. We're not African American. We're not people of color. We're not black and brown, minority, BIPOC. None of that. People, no, none of that. This is about our people demanding the resources, just as you've given these people, these newcomers who are walking into this country. And since that's correct, how do you take a new group of people that have paid no taxes, can't vote, and you put them in front of the voters? I'm not going to pay them no taxes. And so we say this to you, Mayor, Governor, President. If you think that they're that powerful that you have to acquiesce and answer to them over us, then you tell them to vote for you in these next elections. You tell them to support your Democratic National Convention. We're going to show you how we feel about the Democratic National Convention. Turn it up. Thank you. If you think you're going to have a peaceful Democratic National Convention in the city of Chicago while our people are starving, stay tuned. Right. Stay tuned. All right. Oh, we're not going to stand out like that. And we ask any of those who are about closing borders. We don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, or whatever. As long as you're about closing these borders, we can support you. That's right. And anybody who is about open borders, we're against you. We're against you. Plain and simple.
So anybody who's for open borders, we're against you. Now, there's been talk, at least the last couple election cycles, well, the last couple, about perhaps the Democrats starting to lose a significant portion of the black vote. Because, you know, Democratic policies are terrible wherever they have had It's the same across the world over. Anywhere that has socialist policies for any extended period of time in the States and like cities like Chicago and, places like that, San Francisco, I mean, it's decades, right? We've seen the same thing in Canadian cities like Vancouver, right? Just constant left-wing policies. It always destroys the place. It always makes things terrible, right? So there's a big question of like, when will they lose the black vote? Because clearly it's not helping them. Voting Democrat is not helping their communities at all. And, there had been talk that was starting to shift in the last couple of elections, and it just doesn't. I think Trump did, better than usual by a couple of points or something, like the last time around. But it never really is a significant shift, and you see stuff like this and you think, well, maybe this is the point now. But I think that it's media pressure and it's social pressure, and seems to have those communities in a stranglehold. So you think, well, maybe they're going to turn this time, but no, I'll believe it when I see it. I mean, it's always, 87%, 90%, something like that. So we'll have to see. I mean, the media pressure is so intense, right? But anyway, let's keep going. Is TikTok being weaponized against kids in America? Yes, obviously it is. No question about that. There's Xi, and he's leading. He's the Pied Piper of blue hairs, and he's leading them all. Open the borders. Trump is a dictator. USA sucks. Free Palestine now. I mean, again, it's one of those things that's just an open secret. It's just obvious that that's what's happening. So I don't know. Maybe I'm a free speech guy, but it's a foreign company run by, a foreign adversary. Seems like it would be reasonable to just shut them down. Because, I mean, it's worse than everything. And I think every conservative who's tried to put a channel on there, they immediately get kicked off, right? It's clearly there's a goal in mind here, right? It's the corruption. It's to destroy a country from within. Soviet Union was doing it. Soviet Union is responsible for a lot of the wokeness that we see now in Western countries. They're the ones who infiltrated the universities back in the 50s and the 60s and turned out a bunch of fucking lunatics. DiMartino says they'll riot again if Trump is elected. Rinse, repeat, buckle up. Yeah, I can't see that you're wrong. I can't see that you're wrong. Again, it's fashion to a certain extent, I mean, why wouldn't you, in the last riots, you had people like Kamala Harris encouraging it? I think Biden himself was encouraging it. You had the news encouraging it, fiery but mostly peaceful, and just outright defending rioting, looting, and murder. And you had Kamala Harris out there raising money for bail funds. So why wouldn't they? I mean, that's the question, right? Why wouldn't they? And of course, the same people will be encouraging it all over again. Of course they will. All right, so here's some good stuff. Let's check this out. So here's Tucker Carlson. This is in Calgary, I believe. And he says the West is facing a new form of sly feminine fascism, the Chrystia Freeland version of fascism. And this is, of course, why the Canadian media is completely bought and paid for. Canadian media. Might as well just call it state media. CBC is certainly state media, and it looks like it. It sounds like it. And they pretty much tell us themselves. They pretty much admit that it is. It's Trudeau regime media. They're all freaking out about this appearance of this one American commentator. It's one guy. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. Gilbo, the Minister for the Environment and Climate Change, he says that he's been targeted. He's been targeted. He was targeted at this. They made fun of him. That's encouraging violence. All right. Let's see what Tucker said. Let's see how horrifying, what far-right lunacy this must be.
The West is now facing a far slyer opponent, which is the feminine expression of fascism. the Chrystia Freeland version of fascism. Yes. Yes. And I know a lot about this because I knew Chrystia Freeland when she, was a journalist at the Financial Times, whose name shall forever live in infamy for employing her. And I remember even then thinking, this woman is not bright at all. But boy, does she have high self-esteem. I don't think I've ever even seen it's off this. I don't know what the self-esteem measurement scale is, the Richter scale. But her self-esteem was literally unassailable. It was bomb-proof. If a nuclear bomb dropped on your town, you could hide beneath Chrystia Freeland's self-esteem and live. There's like nothing you could do to shake it. Nothing. No amount of evidence of her stupidity and wrong decisions and idiotic views could dissuade her from the core belief that she was awesome and you were not. And I kind of stood back in admiration. So I guess I shouldn't be totally shocked that she's helping to run and destroy your country. But she's doing it in her signature way. She's not getting on the CBC, her media outlet, which like almost.
So I was not aware of the fact that Tucker knew Chrystia Freeland, right? I mean, she appears for all the world to me to be a complete idiot. And I think for a large portion of the Canadian public as well, but it's nice to have it confirmed here by somebody who actually knew her back in the day.
All outlets in this wonderful oppressed country is run by the government. It's all state media. It's Albania 1985. And I'm sure we have people whose families were refugees from Albania. Welcome. And you know what I'm talking about. But at least you could say if the...
He's right there. So the CBC, which is literally state media, gets a $1.2 billion from the government every year. And they're not getting that money to, they get extra money too from Trudeau, right? So make sure they get their bonuses and everything. But they don't feel like they're being paid to criticize Trudeau. They don't feel like they're being paid to criticize the hand that feeds them, because Pierre Poilievre has promised to turn the this is why so many of us love him. He has promised to turn the CBC headquarters into housing, housing, low-cost housing, and of course to defund it, right? So it'll have to survive on its own in the marketplace, right? So they already didn't like him for being conservative beforehand, but now they really don't like him. But Trudeau has also been handing out hundreds of millions of dollars to the other corporate media that he likes in Canada. And the implications are clear, right? He's not doing it for them to criticize him. And if they want more, maybe they maybe they give him the benefit of the doubt here and there, perhaps. Maybe that's the unspoken deal there. I mean, it seems kind of like a conflict of interest, does it not? And well, Tucker's aware of that, but let's keep going.
Albanian leader in 1985, Enver Hoxha, that when he went full fascist, he just didn't mince words. Shut up and obey or we'll shoot you. Chrystia Freeland is wise enough, clever enough, in her serpent-like way, to make it all about your protection and safety. All about your protection and safety. No, we're just trying to help you. That's why you're in shackles. You're being arrested right now for your safety. Oh, it's for the common good. Don't worry, you'll understand. I always want to say, Mrs. Freeland, can I go to the bathroom? No, you can't. And you can just imagine her taking great glee as your fourth grade self wet his pants in class as Mrs. Freeland refuses to let you go to the bathroom.
So he doesn't like her. I think I know for a fact a lot of Canadians share that sentiment about Chrystia Freeland, who is on the board of trustees for the World Economic Forum. Are you aware of that? That's how deeply tied in she is with them. She's a trustee for the World Economic Forum. Hard as that is to believe, although maybe it's not hard to believe. Maybe it's just to be expected now. I mean, Klaus Schwab has bragged about how he's penetrated the cabinets, about how he's penetrated. That's his word. He says penetrated. Have you seen the way the guy dresses? I don't know what's going on in his brain. I don't want to know. But he likes to use the word penetrated when referring to the Trudeau's cabinet. 50%, he says. He brags. He also tells us he's very proud of Trudeau. Very proud of him indeed. And he's got Chrystia there, the Deputy Prime Minister, Chrystia Freeland. The Board of Trustees, she's in hand as well. So I guess my point is, she is absolutely worth every bit of scorn poured upon her, every drop of scorn that Tucker Carlson just poured upon her. And many, many Canadians agree. Let's see, what's this? I thought this was just interesting. This isn't political or anything. It's just, let's take a look. See that? That guy just jumps out. Let's watch that again. So car's going. He just jumps out, acts like everything is totally cool. And there goes the cops. And he just walks. I mean, I got to say, that's pretty smooth. I don't know what those guys did, but I'm sure I wouldn't approve. But that was pretty smooth. You got to give that to the guy. Let's see. So Babylon B, we attacked him with a hate joke and somehow he survived. Vivek Ramaswamy tells his side of the story tomorrow. So this is a short little clip here. So I guess they Babylon B ran a story where they said that Trump was going to make Vivek the manager of the White House 7-Eleven. And everybody, of course, the media jumped on it. Oh, they're racist. They're racist. Vivek took it in good cheer and realized that they're not actually hateful people. Let's just take a look at this.
I just want to address the elephant in the room. You know, we did make a racist joke at your expense about you working at 7-Eleven. And the internet has informed us that we owe you an apology for that. How harmed are you?
I mean, it was devastating, to be honest with you. It crushed me. I think I'm gonna have to go through some therapy for that. I'm a survivor.
See, this is why so many people really like Vivek. I really like him personally. Super sharp, super smart. You can see there, he's got a good sense of humor, great sense of humor. You know, I think there's a bright future for the guy. What is this? With Americans losing complete trust in the mainstream media, the New York Times lost 30 to 40 million in 2023, cutting 74 jobs. Washington Post lost 100 million, cutting 240 jobs. The LA Times just laid off 115 journalists, 22% of its newsroom. Atlantic is still unable to turn a profit. Looks like that says actually turn a profit. And NBC just slashed 75 jobs. No, nobody is rejoicing over this. Will speak for yourself. But when people lose trust in you, you can't keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result. Well, let's see what Glenn Greenwald has to say here. This is somebody who I don't agree with everything that he says, but he does seem to be honest. And there are some things I do agree with, and I got a feeling this is going to be one of those things.
For whatever reason, over the past 2 months, 3 months, and even over the past several weeks, this trend has really accelerated to the point where so many of the most recognizable and longest standing media brands are just starting to collapse in complete free fall. And even the billionaires who decided they were going to invest in media outlets sort of as a charity project. We saw that with Jeff Bezos in the Washington Post. We saw it with Steve Jobs's widow, who bought The Atlantic. We saw it with Pierre Midyar and many media outlets like The Intercept, where I used to work, but now the Bulwark and Bill Kristol's various projects are all starting to abandon media as well, because billionaires don't actually like to lose money year after year after year. And that's what's happening. Because when you have a public that has contempt for the product that's being produced and contempt for the people who are producing it, and they no longer trust it and value it, there's no way to get enough of their attention to be able to monetize it. Here from the New York Times, just this last week, or actually this week, you see the headline there: billionaires wanted to save the news industry. They're losing a fortune. Quote, Time Magazine, the Washington Post, and the Los Angeles Times, owned by Mark Bainoff, Jeff Bezos, and Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong, are still losing money. Time, the Washington Post, and the Los Angeles Times all lost millions of dollars last year, people with knowledge of the company's finances have said, after considerable investments from their owners and intensive efforts to drum up new revenue streams. In the middle of last year, the Times was on track to lose $30 million to $40 million in 2023, according to 3 people with knowledge of the projections. Last year, the company cut about 74 jobs, and executives have met in recent days to discuss the possibility of deep job cuts, according to 2 other people familiar with conversations. Mr. Bezos hasn't fared much better at the Washington Post. Like many news organizations, the Post has struggled to hold on to the momentum that it had gained in the wake of the 2020 election. Sagging subscriptions and advertising revenue led to losses of about $100 million last year. At the end of the year, the company eliminated 240 of its 2,500 jobs through buyouts, including some of its well-regarded journalists, well-regarded from the New York Times perspective. But that's 10% of the Washington Post's newsroom being laid off, despite having the backing of one of the 2 or 3 richest people on the planet. The Atlantic, which Laurene Powell Jobs bought in 2017, has set a target of reaching 1 million combined digital and print subscribers and achieving. The company said it had more than 925,000 subscribers as of last summer, though it was still not yet profitable. The difficulties facing the companies are getting only more severe. Here from yesterday, NPR tells an even grimmer story. The title is "A Look at the Wave of Layoffs Hitting the News Industry."
None of this makes me sad at all. None of this makes me sad at all, because if it were a news industry, and there's also major problems in Canada, it's a global thing, really, because of the different the change in the marketplace, right? With technology, with the internet, everything. But if we were talking about actual journalism, right? Like objective journalism, people who wanted to inform people and not just simply manipulate them. If it were that, it would be of concern, right? But it's not that. After Trump won, the media, almost en masse, decided to become activists. They said that they thought that it was their fault that the guy they hated so much, Donald Trump, won. And they blamed it on objective journalism, although they were hardly objective, right? They were hardly objective. It's just that they made some effort. I guess the people running, the editors, made some effort to appear to be objective in some way, right? And they just decided after Trump won just to completely throw that out the window. That was gone. They could not tolerate the people choosing somebody that they didn't want, that they didn't approve of. They decided they cannot tolerate the masses having opinions that they don't share because they think that you're stupid. That's an objective statement there. They think you're stupid. They 100% believe it. So because these aren't people attempting to help civilization in any way. They're just simply seeking to promote their own worldviews. And basically, I think there's a sense of power in that, isn't there? There's a giddy sense of power in that, and the manipulation and the social engineering. So because of that, I don't have what is there left to do but cheer? I mean, these are enemies of the people. They hate the people. Their whole job is to try and manipulate people into voting for people who don't have their interests, but that they approve of. Right? I mean, why are they not reporting objectively on the border? I mean, right now they're just ignoring it because they know that it's so fucking crazy that politically it's like political suicide for somebody who's actually worried about the next election, right? Why are they not talking about that? Well, obviously it's agenda, it's manipulation, it's social engineering, it's advocacy, right? All while wearing the mask of the journalists of the past who actually had integrity. So that's why they're failing. I mean, obviously there's challenges to the market regardless, but the last thing you want to do is become become something that people want even less. I guess that's it. Don't do the thing that people want even less. But anyway, let's continue.
The LA Times has confirmed, and its employees are letting.
And actually, just one second, DiMartino says Melania and Porvo would together in the White House would be pretty hot. I can't argue with you there. Better, I mean, infinitely better than what's going on now.
Us know online that it has laid off about 115 journalists in its newsroom of what had been only about 500. That represents about 23% layoff happening in a single day. The Washington Post just laid off 10% of its ownership. Like the LA Times, it is owned by a civic-minded billionaire. We at NPR went through a 10% cut last year. Here from the U.S.
And just to remind you, the LA Times is a newspaper that during the recount in California against Gavin Newsom called Larry Elder the black face of white supremacy. Larry Elder, they called him the black face of white supremacy. And when a lunatic, a far-left lunatic, wearing a gorilla mask on the street, rode up on a bicycle and threw an egg at Larry Elder, and it was all caught on camera, didn't cover it. Weren't interested in that. They were interested in putting on a headline about Larry Elder is the black face of white supremacy. So is anybody feeling sorry for these people? Anybody?
USA Today from 2 weeks ago, January 12th, the headline, NBC News lays off dozens in latest bad news for U.S. workforce. See 2024 job cuts so far. USA Today confirmed the NBC News layoffs on Friday. Other companies starting off their new year by slashing their workforces included Google, Twitch, Amazon, and Discord. The layoffs at NBC, first reported by Puck News, are the latest in an onslaught of cuts made in the journalism industry throughout 2023, including by NBC News, which slashed 75 jobs the same time last year, according to a timeline provided by Forbes. Now, I can spend all night, literally, reading to you articles like this from these exact media outlets that are in the part of the industry that is failing. And you will find everything in there about how deep these cuts are, how unprecedented they are, about how so much more is coming because the scenario is only getting worse and worse and worse. You'll see attacks on their competitors, like an independent media who they claim is responsible for spreading disinformation and doesn't provide the kind of responsible journalism that these outlets provide. You'll see all kinds of emotional, heart-tugging posts about how sad it is that these people are losing their jobs. These same people who went around telling other people in dying industries, oh, well, too bad there are no coal jobs, go learn how to code. And yet they treat the collapse of their own industry as one of the world's greatest tragedies. You'll find everything in these articles blaming Donald Trump and the Trump.
They're denying that, by the way, now, that they ever said learn how to code. Because I guess the lying just comes so easily to them. Anyway.
Movement for undermining faith in American journalism. The one thing you will never, ever find, and believe me, I have been talking about this for a long time, so I look far and wide for any effort to find it, is any kind of self-reflection, any kind of effort on the part of the journalists who are in these failing sectors to ask of themselves, why is it that the kind of journalism I'm producing has no market? Why is it that the public hates me and my colleagues?
Yep, that's the question they need to ask, but they won't. Because I don't know, I guess many of them are just part of the cult, I guess. Maybe it's narcissism. But it's not we're not going to see that kind
For
of
whatever
self-reflection.
reason, over the past 2
We're not going to see that kind of self-reflection. Nobody's going to admit they were wrong. And I guess we'll just have to move on. Let's see. This is an actual trans non-binary teacher from Libs of TikTok. He does a celebratory dance because a student came out as non-binary. They're after your kids.
One of my students just came out to me.
You know what? I'm going to have to turn the volume off because otherwise going to be problems. When they tell me their name. One of my students just came out to me as non-binary. So making a big fuss about it. I wonder how much of a fuss, in class in front of the other students the teacher made. Because, I guess there's no way that some like awkward kid who wants attention and is insecure is going to be influenced by a teacher acting like that, celebrating like that. Which seems to me like just insane, reckless narcissism. I mean, it's pretty clear at this point that social contagion is happening, right? How is that happening? It's shit like this. People who just don't give a shit. I mean, it's utter narcissism. A sane person will ask themselves, is it responsible for me to be conducting a social experiment on all of these children? A social experiment, the results of which we don't quite know. I mean, you can make an educated guess. You're going to end up screwing up and medicalizing a whole bunch of confused kids. Confused kids who get this kind of response when they do the new thing, the cool new thing. The thing that influencers on TikTok are telling them to do, and their teachers telling them to do it. They're getting attention now. Confused, insecure kids. Like a teacher should be the first person to understand what's going on here, how confusing this can all be, how susceptible to peer pressure and social pressure kids are. Isn't this all obvious? Isn't this all obvious to all of us? Shouldn't it be obvious to every single fucking person who has ever wants a child? Which is every adult? Shouldn't that just be clear? Shouldn't it be unnecessary to even have to comment on this because it shouldn't exist? So Martinio says the principal should be fired, and I agree. And so should this teacher. This is reckless craziness. This is a giant social experiment on a generation of children based on this bizarre abstract idea, this bizarre redefinition of the word gender, which just seems to have become a fad like 15 minutes ago. And now it's in apparently every fucking classroom? There's tampons in the bathrooms at military bases in Canada. And the soldiers are tearing off the tampon dispensers off the wall and getting rid of them. And they're being threatened to be punished because, no, this is Canada now. Now men use tampons in Canada, especially in the military. It's most important that it be in the military. The speed at which this lunacy, this mind virus is spreading is truly shocking. I mean, people are waking up to it. I mean, most of this was happening, in the shadows of, gender studies departments in universities for a long time. It was actually happening for decades. Right? And it just burst out onto the scene and it's just rushed out and infected everything. Everything. It's like mind Ebola, only like 1 million times more infectious. And sometimes you've just got to stop, they say you got to stop and smell the roses. Well, sometimes you've just got to stop and notice that the teacher is a fucking lunatic. And how did all this happen? Who allowed all this to happen? Well, sadly we did. We're all asleep. You don't expect the world to go completely fucking crazy over the course of a few years or even a decade. People get used to things being maybe not well run, but not insanely run. Not just certifiable lunatics running everything, right? But there's always been an expectation that ultimately things would work out. Things, there was competent people somewhere along the line that would make things work, right? That would make responsible decisions. The system wasn't completely nuts, and it hasn't been. I mean, liberal democracy Canada, the United States. I mean, these have been long-lasting, very strong states based on democratic principles. I know the U.S. is a constitutional republic. Canada is technically a constitutional monarchy or parliamentary democracy, but democratic principles, and people just had that expectation that expectation that it would continue, right? And suddenly, we are surrounded by absolute fucking lunatics, and the worst part is they're making decisions that will affect our lives. You've got Canada pouring 1 million people a year into the country. You've got Biden facilitating illegal immigration into the United States, actually demanding that places like Texas remove border barriers to prevent people from illegally going into the country. I guess it's like things fall apart slowly, and then real fast, which in the Western world we're discovering. Anyway, Randy Weingarten, you say that's the wasn't that the president of the teachers union in the States, I believe? Let me know if I'm right about that. Because if that's who that is, that's a lunatic, that person, right? I'm sure that's who that is, actually. And yeah, crazy, and I think kind of evil person, to be honest. So here from Pierre Poilievre, if you're not from Canada, that's the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. Trudeau pays foreign hunters almost $1 million to use helicopters and rifles. Trudeau wants to ban... all right, let me start over. Trudeau pays foreign hunters almost $1 million to use helicopters and rifles that Trudeau wants to ban to shoot excess deer on Vancouver Island. Yeah, Trudeau's trying to ban every possible weapon, every possible way to defend yourself in Canada. And he's paying foreign hunters $1 million. He's using your money, $10,000 per deer, when our hunters would have done it for the meat. So there's a petition you can sign. So, I mean, this is socialism, right? This is socialism. You take away people's hunting rifles, and then you bring in foreign hunters and pay them $10,000 a deer to do the thing that the locals would do, while you're trying to take away their rifles, which they would use to do it. This is socialism. This is wokeness, right? This is what happens when you elect a fucking part-time drama teacher to be prime minister. Before he was an MP, before he was prime minister, that was his greatest achievement. Or maybe it was snowboard instructor. One of those two. This is what happens. Trudeau was elected for his impeccable hair and teeth. Because a lot of housewives thought he was a cutie. That's why. Because he's cool, right? Cool and young. Well, didn't stay cool for very long. It didn't take that long to find out about all those blackface photos that he was doing. And he wasn't doing them when he was like, like a young man. He was like in his 30s when he was doing this. I don't remember anybody doing that when I was 30. I think I'm about the same age as him. Let's see. And then the costumes, all the costumes on his foreign trips and the dancing and all the scandals, of course. He didn't stay cool for long, but somehow we've just ended up being stuck with him all this time. I do think that the Canadians that we need to wake up are obviously waking up. The polls tell us that they've had enough. It's time for a change, of course. So that's a good thing. It still blows my mind. I mean, he was last elected in 2021, for fuck's sakes. I thought that his handling of COVID was so terrible that would have for sure done him in. Not enough people agreed. I mean, it's not like he won by a majority. He got a minority government. He only had about 31% of the vote, and he had a lower share of the popular vote than the Conservatives did by a couple of points. But with a parliamentary system and with like 200 fucking ridings in Toronto, well, what happened. And now we're in the place that we're in. Let's see. DiMartino says American Federation of Teachers. So that's Randy Weingarten. Yeah, she married to a female rabbi and was slotted to be Hillary's Secretary of Education. She's an activist. Yes, so that's the one I'm thinking of. And she is. She's a true believer. She's a cult member. All right. I want to hear what these people say about Trudeau's idiotic plan to spend $1 million to bring in foreign hunters.
Don't ever allow over $850,000 to be spent on culling deer on northern Vancouver Island using AR-15s with foreigners. All of us in this room, who would have not gone down there to help cull and save frickin' $850,000? Yeah, so there's a few things on that. One is they cross-species killed. They used a helicopter. They lied to us in the media because us First Nations people talk. A lot of that meat was supposed to go to the First Nations. They got hamburgered. They tried saying in the Vancouver Sun, oh, maybe there was 2 or 3 shots in the deer. No, they got hamburgered. You know, like it was a hot mess. I can't believe the amount of the wasted the spending on that. Yeah. And they're like ruling out our weapons, and yet they use the exact same rifle that they say that we're not allowed to possess. Like, blows my mind. So I'd like to see that OIC definitely as soon as you can, if we can get that reversed.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Common sense.
Yeah.
In fact, we're going to take away the OIC power altogether so that ministers can no longer arbitrarily designate a firearm as illegal. In fact, what we're going to do is create empirical standards that determine which firearms are restricted, unrestricted, and prohibited based on what the gun does, not on how it looks. Then we're going to embed that in the law, and that law will be frozen and crystallized so that when you buy a firearm, you don't risk that the next day some political pollster or propagandist is going to tell the minister that it would be good politics to ban such and such firearm because it looks scary, which is effectively what happened. They banned a bunch of firearms for no reason, not unrelated.
See, this seems sensible, right? So you've got idiotic policy from socialists, Trudeau, right? So instead of just having the locals, in this case, Indigenous people, go out and cull themselves and keep the meat and utilize the meat, they bring in foreigners using rifles that have been banned in Canada, right? That the locals can't use to go in and slaughter the deer and wreck the meat, right? That's what socialists do. That's socialists. And I'm hearing good things from Pierre. Again, like, I'm not naive, all right? But I'm hearing good things. These are the sorts of things that I want to hear, right? And again, I'm white-pilled on this. Cautiously optimistic, but, again, I'm not giving up.
It's what the gun does, but because it looked like a Hollywood G.I. Joe gun, and therefore it looked like good politics to ban it. But what I'm going to do is we're going to create a task force, First Nations, hunters, farmers, border guards, police officers, military veterans, to define which firearms would be prohibited, like, the machine guns that have been prohibited since the 70s, which should be restricted, like handguns, which should be unrestricted. 22 rifles and other similar weapons and tools. But that's a common sense approach. We're going to put it in the law, so you don't have to worry about an OIC coming along to confiscate your value and turn your property into a worthless piece of government confiscated machinery. Yeah. That's what they've done, and they've turned honest people into criminals while allowing criminals to run rampant in our street.
Yeah, Pierre, I don't think he's perfect, but we need to start taking steps in the right direction. Just any step in the right direction, right? Trudeau has raced this country so far to the left so quickly that we need somebody who's going to immediately get in and start on day one and turn us around and start making steps in the correct direction, which is not the direction towards, left-wing fascism. What is the reality that would cause Trudeau supporters to reconsider their favorable disposition towards him? I'm not sure that, there's that 25% of the population that's wrong about everything all the time, and they'll be wrong about Trudeau forever. So there's some of them, I just don't think there's anything, but let's take a look at in the comments here. Good question. It's not racism, sexual assault, embarrassing behavior, breaking the law, ethics violations, or charter violations. Maybe if he shaved his head. It's a joke, but there was he got this really bad haircut. It looked like Lloyd Christmas from Dumb and Dumber. And his polls dropped like 5 points immediately. Like, a lot of people literally voted for him because of his hair. Because of his hair, because of his salt and pepper goatee, because of his nice teeth. So shaving his head I'm telling you right now, it would lose him votes. There would be housewives who would stop voting for him because of that, right? By the way, Trudeau has lost the women's vote. He's lost the woman vote in Canada. And I don't think he's going to get it back, because here's something about women, right? Once a woman, and men out there will know this, once a woman loses respect for you, once a woman loses respect for a man, you never get it back again. That's it. You're done to them. You are done to them. Once they lose respect for you, you're done to them. And Trudeau has embarrassed himself so many times. He's the guy that, she's taken to the work Christmas party, and he's looked good showing up, and he's well dressed. And by the end of the night, he's hammered and embarrassing you, and maybe passed out under a table. That's Trudeau. That's Trudeau to the women voters now. Many of them. There's still, there's still a chunk of them that will vote for him forever anyway, unless maybe he gets a bad haircut or shaves his head. Or maybe one of his teeth gets knocked out accidentally or something, right? All right, let's keep going. Let's see. When you're losing so bad in the polls, you need to rebrand yourself as the Guardian Cartel. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to work for him. The Cardigans? I don't know. Is it supposed to make him look safe or something? What's the psychology behind the Cardigans? Anybody out there? Because everything that they do is calculated, right? Everything that they do is calculated. So somebody picked that out. There was a meeting over him wearing this. Somebody decided that he's wearing this sweater. What's the psychology behind it? Is it to make him maybe looks, because he really comes off as just a complete idiot now, right? I think the illusion that he's at any kind of intellectual capacity whatsoever has been destroyed. Let's see. DiMartino, standing ovation for a Nazi. Yeah, well, there was that too. In the House of Commons. The Speaker of the House, who's a liberal, brought in a Ukrainian Nazi. Ukrainian Nazi. This is how stupid these people are. I think that the myth of competence has been shattered, right? So you think people like the Speaker of the House, right, must be a competent person, right? CEOs must be competent. The people running the marketing campaigns for things like Bud Light, they must be competent people. Turns out they're not. It turns out that they're not. What happened? I'm sure what happened is that, of course, Russia was, is the enemy, right? Russia was responsible for the Freedom Convoy, everything, right? You can't find your car keys. That was Putin. He stole them. Where was I going with that? So I tell you what happened there. So Russia. Everything terrible, Russia. So Ukrainian veteran, right? Ukrainian veteran who fought for the Germans in World War II against the Russians. So he fought against the Russians. That's good because Russians are evil, right? He didn't realize that if you're Ukrainian in World War II and you were fighting the Russians, that you were fighting with the Germans. That you're one of those Ukrainians who had joined up with the Germans to fight the Russians. And who were the Germans? Well, it starts with an N, and then it has an A, a Z, and an I. That's how incompetent these people are. They just saw, fought Russians. Oh, he must be good then, right? I do think it dawned on him when he was reading out about him, and all of a sudden something clicked in it, and he remembered something from high school history class or something, and went and realized, oh, wait a second. Oh, wait a second. He was Waffen SS. But yeah, so again, the myth of competence. Certainly the myth of competence has been shattered with these two dingbats, right? Absolutely. As of them says, you said it before I typed it. What did I say before you typed it? As in them, the competency comes in behind the scenes. Front puppets are expendable. It's true. I will tell you, it does not seem like Trudeau, or for my listeners in the United States, or Biden, are working for people. Like, they don't seem to be motivated by goodwill towards the people that elected them. So who are they serving? Well, we know that Klaus Schwab has bragged about being so proud of Justin Trudeau. We have penetrated his cabinet. It's 50% WEF. I mean, he actually used the word fucking, he actually used the goddamn word penetrated, talking about the Canadian government. I don't know. I don't think it's crazy to think that maybe Justin Trudeau isn't serving me. Maybe he's serving the guy in Davos whose organization has our Deputy Prime Minister, Chrystia Freeland, on its board of trustees. And 50% of the cabinet was part of the WEF Young Leaders program. So he's not serving me or the other Canadians, but he's doing things for a reason. Huh. I wonder what's going on. Especially consider, I mean, who told Trudeau to say that Canada has no core identity? I mean, it's obviously just projection on his part. He has no core identity. Who told him to say that Canada is the first post-national country? Like, none of us told him to say that, right? No Canadian told him to say that. It's because Trudeau he sees himself as a citizen of the world, not as a Canadian. He sees himself as a citizen of the world. That's why he loves Davos so much, right? That's why he loves Klaus. He sees himself as a citizen of the world. I mean, he's the ultimate globalist, right? He's not. It doesn't seem like he's serving the Canadian people because everything keeps getting worse. So he's serving somebody. It's not us. Let's see. I guess we just have to do the math. I guess we'll just never know, right? I guess we'll just never know. It'll remain a mystery for all time. Who is Justin Trudeau truly serving? Anyway. Hey, Posty Poet, how you doing? She says that Klaus penetrated the PM. Ooh. It's getting spicy in here. Klaus did say that he did some penetrating. He did. That's why I love you guys. All right. Seems like the show doesn't really heat up. I don't heat up until I'm like 2.5 hours in for some reason. I don't know what it is. Let's see. What's this? I don't know what that is. You'd think this might have done it. Let's see. There he is, and she's happy with his salt and pepper goatee. And then that. How he ever got elected again after this came out. It's not that I thought that Justin Trudeau was motivated by racial hatred doing this. I think it's more of a fetish with him. I think it's an appreciation thing, right? I think because he's woke and he's a far leftist, right? Like being a straight white male, that's not super fun. You know, that's not cool, right? So, you know, he yearns to be something else, something foreign and exotic, something cool, you know? I mean, if he'd look like that in real life, he probably could have started his own band, right? How he got reelected after this stuff came out. And the thing is, again, I don't think that he was motivated by like racial hatred to do it, right? The thing is, I mean, it's terrible decision making, right? But the thing is, if you know, and oh, by the way, he refuses to say how many times he did it. He doesn't know. Right now, it's at like 4 times or something, but he refused to say. He says he doesn't know how many times he did blackface. And he said he wouldn't say because if they found out that he did it more times than the number of times that he said, then it would look like he was lying. I mean, you can't make that up. You can't make that up. Well, I can't tell you how many times I did blackface because if I tell you and then it's more than that, well, that would look like I was lying.
Everything woke turns to shit.
Forgotten to use my sound effects all night. So now you're going to get an earful of them. Now, what's this? Posty Poet says, monitoring his carbon levels the new fashion way. Now, by that, do you mean that Klaus is monitoring Trudeau's carbon levels with his penis in Trudeau? That's what I'm getting from that. And, you know, to be honest, I'm pretty sure that's how Klaus would do it. You know, pretty sure. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Look, we have to be like, I'm not the CBC here, so we deal with facts, right? I have no evidence that Klaus Schwab is monitoring Trudeau's carbon levels by putting his penis in Trudeau's asshole. I have no evidence of that whatsoever. I can't say. We have no evidence of that at all yet. So we can't say it yet. Right? So, you know, I want you guys to keep it clean out there. Don't be like the CBC spreading out all these crazy rumors and stuff. Did I go too far? Did I go too far there? Just let me know. I kind of feel like I didn't, but maybe I went too far. Because again, look, honestly, we don't know what Klaus and Trudeau have been getting up together. And we're not the ones who use the word penetrating. Klaus is the one who said that. So, you know, what are we supposed to take from that? Well, Posty Poet is saying, not straight. His mom was asked how the marriage is going, and she said it would be better if I could keep him out of the boys' bedroom. What? What's going on with that's a weird thing to Let's see. Us and Them says blackface is a ploy to collateral keep off the hardcore subjects. So many of those BS topics. Ploy. Well, I mean, I think what happened with the blackface is that when he was younger, he did a lot of blackface. People took pictures of him. I think this one here, where he's doing like the Aladdin thing, was actually in like a school yearbook. I think that's when he was a teacher, maybe. So, I mean, it is like that. Those things are going to make their way to light, right? When it's the prime minister, there's just no way to hide that stuff. So, I do think, though, that and I guess my point, which I didn't get to, was that when you know you have this in your past, these photos in your past, when you know you have those, okay, you lose the right to then go on and lecture everybody in your country about their bigotry and racism and political incorrectness. You lose the right to do that. You can't do that anymore. You can't call everybody else a bigot on just the flimsiest, for the flimsiest of reasons, right? You can't do that. You shouldn't be able to do that. You shouldn't be able to get away with that, right? You've already abdicated your right to use that as a political weapon, right? Of course, the media here has been so slavish for him that he's been able to get away with it until, I mean, really what has destroyed Trudeau is himself and his own decisions, his own policies. That's what's done it. The media's tried to help him every step of the way, but I mean, even they only have so much power. Poesy Poet said, true story from the New York Times. Ugh. We got to get rid of this guy, right? We got to vote him out. He's got to go. He's got to become an unpleasant part of Canadian history, an embarrassing part, a shameful part. Yeah, it should be like, if there's any justice in the universe, in a year's time or 2 years' time or 5 years' time or 10 years' time, it should be the ultimate embarrassment to admit that you voted for Justin Trudeau, that nobody would do it. There won't be a single person who will ever admit. It'll seem like nobody ever voted for him. As Them says, self-inflicted destruction. Yep. He's had all the help in the world, and he just can't fucking help himself. Let's see. All right. Where are we now? Let's see. Your reaction. Kamala Harris. Sensation. I don't know how to say your word. Kamala or Kamala. Is it Kamala now? I don't know. They changed it somewhere along the way. Sensationally warns we could lose this democracy if we elect a president who would weaponize the Department of Justice. Oh boy, this is going to be a good one. Let's take a look.
November of 2024, binary. And on the other side, you've got someone who has said that if he were back in office, he would weaponize the Department of Justice. Someone who has openly applauded insurrectionists as patriots. Someone who has said that they will go after their political enemies and applauds dictators, indicating that he would be one. So let's be really clear about what's at stake. And then, yes, of course, there is then a desire that let's get out there because we can't lose this democracy. We can't. November of
Wow, it must have taken her all afternoon to memorize that. Or maybe actually, it looks like Katie Couric interview. Maybe Katie Couric was holding up a teleprompter for her. I don't know. I mean, these people have no shame whatsoever, do they? No shame whatsoever. And it is like a rule, a golden rule now. Whatever they say you're doing is what they're doing, right? Like Biden says that it's the Republicans' fault that the border isn't secure. I mean, weaponize the Department of Justice. Really? Really? He didn't do it when he was president. He didn't do it. Somebody else is clearly doing it right now. Poet says, just like Joe Biden. Exactly. I mean, the shamefulness is just, it is surreal. It is absolutely surreal. I guess the thing is that, there are people that, those people that still, I mean, apparently it's not very many because they're all laying everybody off, but the New York Times, the Washington Post, CNN, MSNBC, the rest of them, NBC News, the people that are still watching those, this is all they get. They don't know anything. Them says she doesn't know she lives in a republic, not a democracy. Yeah, it's a constitutional republic. They don't say that. I think they do that intentionally. Because I think that, it's widely known they'd like to get rid of the electoral college vote, right? They'd like to go to like a direct democracy, because they think it would be to their advantage. So yeah, I think it's intentional when they say democracy instead of constitutional republic. I mean, for their ends, for their plans. Their plans are clearly not good ones. None of the people that are running either the United States or Canada right now have good plans for anybody. They're not working for us. They're not even working for the people that vote for them. It's an amazing thing. 1 second. All right. Let's see. Okay, we have to check this out. I like all of these Vivek clips. I think the guy's fantastic. 4 people walked into a Vivek Ramaswamy masterclass to learn who exactly is the deep state, the managerial class, and why we live in a 1776 moment. They weren't disappointed. All right, let's take a look.
You want to take out the deep state.
You actually want to just spray it down.
State? Give me a name.
It's not. You're missing the point if you're asking the question. It's a system.
That was some good political shit you just did right there.
It's a machine. It's the truth.
Imagine in one of your companies, you asked the people at the company, like you own the company, and you're talking to your CEO, and you're like, "Who is the problem source in this company?" And then somebody said back to you, they're like,
"It's the machine."
If you're asking a question, you don't even know the answer. I would listen to Nancy Pelosi.
I would listen to it. She's a cog. She's a cog. These are all cogs in a deep.
Give me some cogs. I want to know about the cogs.
Are you a cog in the machine?
I'd like to think not.
But
and I'm not right now. But if you get in there for 8 years, maybe you become one, and then it's time to get the hell out. Actually, so that's my view: is get in there, do your service, get out, know when to drop the mic. And I think it takes fresh blood to do it.
Why does everyone hate Nikki Haley so much?
Does everyone hate Nikki? It seems like everyone loves.
Oh my God!
The corporate press loves Nikki Haley.
You mean Nikita Haley?
Yeah. Is that her real name? Nikita?
It's
Namrata.
Namrata.
Yeah, he just wanted to say that other N word. Found a way to sneak it in this motherfucker. And he almost made me say it.
She's Namrata.
Yeah. Okay.
She can go the normal.
Namrata Randwa Haley. Yes,
Namrata.
And she calls me Vivek.
So she fucks it up on purpose.
I think
1,000%. Dude.
I think that it's almost. I don't know that she thinks of it as doing it on purpose, but it's almost native and hardwired to who she is. That it's.
All right, let's skip ahead a little bit. It's actually really long, so we won't watch the whole thing, but let's just skip ahead to something a bit more interesting.
So it is, and I want to say a word about the bureaucracy. I don't love the word deep state only because it implies that it's limited to the government. What I call it, people don't like it when I say this and they say it doesn't resonate with people, but the word that I use is it's the managerial class.
Is Jamie Dimon part of the managerial class?
I think the people 2 to 3 layers below Jamie Dimon absolutely are. And I think in some sense, Jamie Dimon is ish on it. So there's 3 classes of people. I talk about this in my first book, Woking, a little bit. I mean, you got the creators, right? The actual, you could be a professor at a university as opposed to the associate dean of God knows what. Could be the entrepreneur proprietor who started the company as opposed to the vice president of human resources. Could be the elected president of the United States versus, the class that sits underneath him. You've got the creators. You've got the constituents, customers, shareholders, voters, and then you've got the managerial class, who are the higher middle management bureaucracy designed to administer that which the creators have created with the intention of serving the constituents, but to make it scalable. Like that's the basic premise of it, in a corporate context or not. And I think we live in a moment right now where the balance of power between those 3 categories has vastly shifted towards the managerial class. the committee class, as we could call it, the permanent bureaucracy, or what we would call in government, the permanent state. I think it's true in every sphere of our lives right now. I think it's true in corporate America. I think it's true in universities. But it so happens, and I do think it's the mother of all bureaucracies, it is absolutely true in the government that the people who we elect have almost nothing to do with what actually impacts most people's everyday lives compared to the permanent machine that sits under it and is fundamentally agnostic to the political party of who's on top, as long as they're going to keep the party going. So Joe Biden's one version of that, Nikki Haley's another version of that.
So
either of which is a safe choice.
Deep state is essentially just bureaucracy.
Yeah.
And your mission as president would have been to eliminate,
dismantle,
would have been
75%
a jackhammer,
and that's
just like
why,
a chainsaw.
And I'm just trying to help people who might be like, oh, this guy wants to abolish the Department of Education. What the fuck is that? You're just.
I think there's a lot of truth to that, but I do think that there is something higher. Like, it's pretty clear that Joe Biden isn't, I mean, he's not making any decisions, right? I mean, the guy can barely get up some stairs or get through. I mean, has he even done when's the last time he did a press conference, you know? And even when he was doing them, it was curated, right? So they were actually giving, I think they were giving the reporters, or they were getting the questions from the reporters beforehand, right? So he's clearly not capable to be doing the job of a president, which is an enormous job, the hardest job in the world, right? So somebody else is making the decisions and he's rubber stamping them, right? He's being told what to do, essentially. And I mean, how much he's even in on it? I mean, clearly he's got dementia. He's clearly not capable of fulfilling the role that we're told that he's doing, right? So who is making the decisions? Is it like essentially middle manager bureaucrats? Don't think so. I do think there's a lot of power in the managerial class and the permanent bureaucracy, but I still have to feel like there's something above it, you know? There's something very globalist above it, right? Something very kind of World Economic Forum like above it. I don't know exactly, but again, it doesn't even seem to be, certainly in Canada, the US, the Britain, it doesn't seem to be focused on our own countries, right? That doesn't seem to, there seems to be, I guess you could use the word internationalist interests, you know, or globalist interests seem to be, that's the only thing that makes sense, right? Like, it doesn't make sense that you would make these decisions if you thought it was going to help your own country. I guess that's my point. Let's see. Will there ever come a moment when liberal journalists who work for corporate outlets and who are being completely consumed by layoffs and financial failures and audience indifference ask whether there's anything they've done to contribute to the profession's failure? Yeah, that's actually a quote, Glenn Greenwald, from the video we watched earlier. Trucker convoy heading to the border. Do you stand with Texas? People's convoy rolling through Texas. Boy, better be really careful. I mean, we've already seen the playbook, right, with J6. Very, very careful. Yeah, I think at this point you have to assume that everything is a trap, right? Everything is seen as an opportunity at this point. Because when you own the media, I mean, you own the narrative, right? You own the narrative as much as you can. It seems like the power to own the narrative is getting, you know, weakened and it's becoming less and less, but still it's a powerful thing. Let's see. Matt Walsh is saying the psychiatric industry has turned every negative human emotion and behavior into a disease. I'm going to keep talking about this problem no matter how mad the outrage mob gets. Let's watch a little bit of this.
In my opinion, thanks to the psychiatric industry, what we're dealing with is a giant category error. And at this point, they have taken nearly every negative emotion, experience, behavior and categorized it as a disease. And in many of these cases, the categorization makes no sense. But that doesn't mean that the emotion or the experience or the behavior isn't real or doesn't exist. So, for example, one of the many clinical mental diseases.
Okay, I got to stop this for a second. Just to address in the chat here. So, saying it's not global, as them says, it's not global. It's not a new world order. It is a corporate structure with countries which are corporations who all work in unison. So, I don't disagree with this idea of a country being a corporation at this point in some way. I think that what we're seeing is a kind of move towards, capitalism with Chinese characteristics. So basically, the model of of China, right? So China, communist country, went through Maoism, horribly destroyed the economy that was there was completely destroyed, and poverty and mass starvation. And then around the 80s, they decided to employ capitalism with Chinese characteristics because it was obvious at that point that, well, that's how you get to be not poor anymore, right? But still retaining that strict authoritarian rule. I mean, Klaus Schwab has talked about how he's really impressed with China, with what they've done. And I think that's the move. That's the move, is to move us towards a Chinese social credit authoritarian system. So there'll still be corporations there, but they will all be working like in China, every company with over, 100 people or something has to have a Chinese Communist Party office in that. So they are directly involved in every single large company or even medium-sized company, I believe, in China, right? It's this collusion between the corporate and the government, right? I think that's the move. I think that Trudeau has said that he admires the basic dictatorship in China. He's on tape saying it. I think that's the move. I think that horrible, awful, evil leaders see that model and they think that's great. That's great. We can still have the corporate world, but no real free market, and we'll have ultimate control, right? So. And even because it's capitalism with Chinese characteristics, it still prevented China from from becoming, for instance, creators, right? So they copy everything. And the reason they've succeeded is because they've been flooded with money from wealthy, industrial, liberal democracies, right? And and liberal democracy, when I say that, we're just talking, it's just a general term for kind of Western governments, right? Doesn't affect, whether something's a constitutional monarchy like Canada or a constitutional republic, whatever. Just liberal democracy, shorthand for the Western countries, right? So where was I going with that? Yeah. So, the reason why China has done as well as it has, because it's been flooded with actually successful and much freer countries with much freer markets than China. But they've not been able to create anything because they can only copy because they've been stifled, right, by the authoritarianism and the lack of genuine free markets there. How did I get on this in the first place? Oh, yeah. So what kind of, who's in control? Yeah, I think that's the direction that our leaders look at, right? And they think that's great. We want that. We want to be like China, And you look at, it seems coordinated. All of the social movements that have infected, the woke mind virus and all of the attendant lunacy around that, socially, especially socially. And it just feels like it's coordinated, the immigration, So maybe you guys are right. I don't know. But what I can tell you is that so far it's not working out great. But again, I'm not black-pilled. I'm white-pilled, and I'm not willing to look at everyone. I'm not willing to look at Pierre Poilievre and just say, oh, he's a puppet, or a plant or whatever. No, I don't. I think that our systems have been robust for a very long time, and they have created great free societies, right? These are the societies of free speech, and they've been the most what's the word I'm looking for? Prosperous. How can you tell I've been going for 3 hours? They're the most prosperous countries in all time. These are the best places that have ever existed by a mile. Unimaginable to somebody even 100 years ago, never mind 500 years ago. You know? So nobody's going to get me to go black pill and just say it's all worthless. It's all useless. No, I still think there's some freedom to be had. And there's still some power in our institutions if we can just reclaim them. Posty Poet says we can't rely on commies to manufacture our medicine and other essential things. Absolutely. Absolutely we can. Well, I mean, we know that for sure now, right? That's not even just a theory, right? Like, we know for sure we cannot rely on them. So you're 100% on that one. All right, so so I interrupted this Matt Walsh thing. Let's take a look.
As the psychiatrists have come up with to explain misbehaving children is something called oppositional defiant disorder, which is a disorder characterized by a child acting oppositional and defiant. Now, it's definitely true that some children, many children even, all children to some extent, do behave in oppositional and defiant ways. That is very real. No one is denying the existence of opposition and defiance. And sometimes that kind of behavior can be severe and have extremely bad consequences. But it's not a disease. Diabetes is a disease. Liver.
Guys, I got to step away from the computer for a second, so I'm just going to let this run for a little bit, okay?
Cancer is a disease. Parkinson's is a disease. These are illnesses that can be detected structurally in the human body. You can find them in the actual cells of the human body. You can find them without even talking to the patient at all, okay? So this is not, doing a survey and they tell you things and then you go looking for certain chemical things in the brain. No, they could not even talk to you and run tests and find the disease without you saying a word to them. But a child's defiant behavior is not a structural illness of the human body. Guess what? They could run a test on every single child in the world, and they will not find anything that they could call, oh, there it is. There's oppositional defiant disorder. They've got it. Cannot happen. Why is that? Because it's not a disease. They've made it up. They've invented this disease. That's why they don't do blood tests to diagnose it. It's an unwanted behavior. Unwanted behavior is not a disease. Now, one of the newer inventions of the psychiatric industry is something called prolonged grief disorder. This is a disease, quote unquote, that can be diagnosed if a person is very sad after losing a loved one and those feelings of sadness persist for more than a year. Now, I would say with great confidence that this is a fake disease. Is grief fake? Is Matt Walsh denying that grief exists? Am I claiming that if you lost your spouse that you're not really grieving them? No. What I'm saying is that you don't have a disease. Is grief very serious? Is it something that deeply impacts a person's life? Can it lead even to self-destructive behavior and suicide in extreme cases? Yes, on all counts, but it's not a disease. The psychiatric industry has once again taken a normal human experience and medicalized it, turned it into a thing that you can prescribe drugs for. And in order to do so, they have come up with completely arbitrary guidelines and parameters. Who says that grief is only supposed to last 12 months? Who decided that? Who the hell put psychiatrists in charge of deciding how long you should be sad after your wife dies? Who the hell is this person to sit there with their little notepad and say, well, it's been 13 months, it's too long, you have a disease? What? And most people just accept that. And not only do they accept it, but it's like they don't understand why some of us criticize it. It blows my mind. The whole idea is absurd. I mean, it's outrageous. It's insulting. But this is what these people have done.
Well, it has gotten crazy, hasn't it? I mean, they got a pill for everything. Remember when they came out with restless leg? Had anybody even heard of restless leg syndrome before they had a drug for it? Did they just make it up? and then just give people placebos? Like, what was with that? All right. Did he say anything interesting while I was gone? Husband Them says governments were created by the people to protect their property. Nowadays, they trespass on the people and steal property. Yep. More and more. That's got to turn around. All right, so this is super interesting. Tim Pool, proof Biden knows he is intentionally destroying the U.S. as commies cheer him on. So what's this? What do we have here? This is Biden in 2007. This is when he could still talk. Sanctuary cities turn into shitholes and should be banned. So this is Joe Biden in 2007 being super fascist and far right. I mean, this is like ultra mega. Let's take a look.
Would you allow these cities to ignore the federal law regarding the reporting of illegal immigrants and, in fact, provide sanctuary to these immigrants?
The reason the cities ignore the federal law is the fact that there is no funding at the federal level to provide for the kind of enforcement at the federal level you need. Pick up the New York Times today. There's a city not far across the river from my state that imposed similar sanctions. And what they found out is, as a consequence of that, their city went in the dumps, in the dumpster. Stores started closing. Everything started to happen. And they changed the policy. Part of the problem is you have to have a federal government that can enforce laws. This administration has been fundamentally derelict in not funding any of the requirements that are needed even to enforce the existing law.
So, Senator Biden, yes or no, would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No.
Okay. Would you allow these cities?
Well, Joe Biden is positively ultra mega there. He was mega before mega. Incredible. Husband Them says going to crash. Hey, have a great night. And thanks for stopping. And we'll see you next week. Yeah, so Biden seems pretty, well, not like Biden now.
To ignore the federal law regarding the reporting of illegal immigrants and, in fact, provide sanctuary to these immigrants.
The reason the cities ignore the federal law is the fact that there is no funding at the federal level to provide for the kind of enforcement at the federal level you need. Pick up the New York Times today. There's a city not far across the river from my state that imposed similar sanctions. And what they found out is, as a consequence of that, their city went in the dumps, in the dumpster. Stores started closing. Everything started to happen. And they changed the policy. Part of the problem is you have to have a federal government that can enforce laws. This administration.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. What do you even say at this point? What do you even say? I don't know. All right. Let's keep going. Have you stopped and really thought about how gender changes every day, every minute, sometimes hourly? Watch the changes occur in real time. Okay. This is the decline of Western civilization.
I want a penis. No, but I do like having a vagina. Please give me a flat chest. Can I just cut off my tits? But my tits are so nice. I am a man. But being a woman, though. Maybe I'm non-binary. No, that's not it. Because the definition of non-binary means you don't fit into the binary. And I am definitely a man, a woman. I am both simultaneously at the same time.
I wonder how aware they are that this is just theater. I wonder. I wonder how aware they are of that. You know, I mean, it's obviously ridiculous. I mean, that can't be real. Is it, maybe it's just a like it's a joke. I don't know. But can people really be that confused? I mean, there must be a part in the back of their heads that's saying, oh, none of this is actually real. I mean, the video that she's making right there just proves that it's not real, right? So how much of it is just fun theater? How much of it is the equivalent of, like dressing up like Robert Smith from The Cure, in 1985 and going out to the club? I remember in the the late 80s, I guess, maybe early 90s, going out to this place, and we used to call them the Robert Smiths. There was like 10 guys who would all dress like Robert Smith, exactly with the hair and the same like loose clothing and stuff, and they'd just dance in a circle. Like definitely every time a Cure song came on. I wonder how much of it is just like that, like fashion, just with like much more dire consequences if you actually follow through. Because, the Robert Smiths didn't think they were actually Robert Smith is the thing. They just liked Robert Smith and they wanted to be like him, but they didn't think they actually were him, I guess this would be the equivalent of that. But I mean, what surgery do you have? Like if you thought you were Robert Smith, you wouldn't need to take hormones, right? You just have to have a really terrible haircut. So I don't know. It's an interesting question. Here we go. So back on the topic of Tucker Carlson in Canada. So here's Danielle Smith. She's the premier of Alberta, in which the cities of Edmonton and Calgary are, for anybody who's not from Canada listening or watching right now. And she was at the event with Tucker. I believe both events with Tucker Carlson, both the Edmonton and the Calgary one. And of course, the media is freaking out, as we've gone over already. Tucker Carlson, oh, scary right winger in Canada. Oh no, MAGA, scary. And she was at the event. So let's see what she had to say to the media, who was absolutely appalled by
I do want to ask about your attendance at both of Tucker Carlson's events yesterday. This is somebody who has been accused of defending white supremacy, spreading misinformation about the war in Ukraine, as well as making disparaging remarks about women. So why did you believe that this is someone that you should be giving time and attention to?
Well, I take a wide range of media requests. I'm told by my staff, 96 individual media events or interviews since I got reelected, 24 press conferences. And I don't do a screening test to make sure that every person that interviews me matches 100% of what I believe. And I don't expect that they're going to, that would be an appropriate thing to do. So I take a wide range of interviews from CBC all the way through to alternative media, because my job is to get our message out about Alberta. And I told everyone that I wanted to make sure that somebody who has a very loud voice in America knew that we were a partner in being able to provide energy security and energy affordability. And I got that message out.
So that needs to become the new normal, right? The new normal. Cannot keep allowing the media, the incredibly biased media, the paid-for media, to dictate what is acceptable and what is not acceptable discourse in our society. In our societies all across the West, right? Cannot allow that to continue happening. We need more of this. We need more of this.
I don't do a screening test to make sure that every person that interviews me matches 100% of what I believe.
Wow, I hit that perfectly. Wow, pretty good. That we need more of that. We need more of that, because I think things, once they start with that, the floodgates kind of open. Pierre has proven that. And actually Trump proved that in 2015, 2016, right? Like, we need more of that. We need people with courage. The people that are actually interested in representing people and having heterogeneous opinions. Because we kind of need that. That's part of the whole kind of benefit of having free speech, right? Which in Canada, we don't actually technically have, and I can go into that in detail if you want me to. But at least we've had the illusion of that for a while. I mean, Canada did, even though I don't want to get into a big thing about Section 1 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, but we all behaved as if we had free speech for a long time in Canada. And the value of that is that you have competition between ideas, and the best ideas can win. The goal now with the media is to hide the opinions that they don't like. They don't want competition. They don't want to take the risk that a better idea will come along, one that's better than theirs, you know? And they're not concerned about the well-being of society. And if their ideas work or are good or help people, they couldn't care less, right? That's why they keep pushing all this bullshit about like harm reduction, the harm reduction that causes a order of magnitude increase in drug overdoses over a relatively short period of time. You know, they like those sorts of things. So does it hurt society? Well, obviously. I mean, it's just obvious. You can just look at the numbers, right? It doesn't take long to come to that conclusion, but we must still have it because they like it, because they're tied to it. Their identity is tied to these ideas. These ideas are left-wing. They feel left-wing. They like it. You know, they don't want to have to explain themselves at the next dinner party. So we need more of this. We need to bring back, you know, people being able to exist and coexist with people who have different opinions than them. I don't want to, I'm one of those scary right wingers. I don't want to shut up the people I disagree with. There's only one side that really wants to do that, and we know who it is. Anyway, so here's James Lindsay, who is a very interesting guy. Here he says, in the chess match concerning the border, so he's talking about Texas there, you may think we're about to win, but Biden has Abbott in check. Abbott has to move or lose. If he compromises, don't blow him up. Back him up and then make sure the Biden administration next moves look illegitimate. Very important. I'm not sure I agree with his point here. I don't think that Biden has Abbott in check, at least not unless something has happened since the last time I checked out the news, which I don't think it has. No, I think the ball is in Biden's court now at this point in terms of making a positive move. I think it's in his court. So I'm not sure I get where he's coming from with this. Poesy Poet says, you can cut off my lips, but my message will remain. Well, that's not going to happen on my show. I just want to reassure you right now. Okay. He said, Photoshop him next to some killers. Look at the comments. Shall we look? I think we shall. Photoshop me next to some killers. I told this girl I was a gangster. Now, what do you think the internet might have come up with for this? Perhaps we should look. He said, Photoshop me next to some killers. OJ qualifies. I don't know who she is, so I don't get that one. Orcas. That's good. That's creative. I like that one. Killer whales. Let's see. Who is she? I recognize the face, but was she like a nanny or something who did something horrible? I'm not sure. Maybe she was one of those angel of death nurses. I don't know. Alec Baldwin. He definitely did kill someone. Ooh, that's a spicy one right there. Oh. Aaron Hernandez, was that his name? I think so. And Chapo. Nice. Don't know who that is. And that's hard. Oh dear. Ted Bundy and what the hell's his name again? Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer. Oh dear. Bad guys, definitely killers. Okay, well that's enough of this. Let's get back. 3 hours and 24 minutes. So, okay. You guys are still here, so I guess I'll just keep going. Let's see. Okay. This is another from James Lindsay. PSA, leftists are masters of Darvo. Now, I didn't know what Darvo was, so I actually wrote it down. It's deny, attack, reverse, victim, and offender. So, yeah, this is a leftist tactic. The socialist commie tactic. They will use any escalation. And so deny, attack, reverse victim offender. So this goes along with the whole, they accuse you of doing what they do. It's gaslighting. They will use any escalation at the border to shift all the blame on Texas Governor Greg Abbott and the GOP. Then they will use the corporate media to radicalize the normies and college students with critical immigration theory and push for global citizenship and possibly even cancel the presidential election as it's an emergency. You were warned. So is there anything like that they won't do at this point? That's the question. You know, are there any actions that they're not willing to take at this point? You know, because I think a lot of people are worried about Trump, seeing after everything they've thrown at him, and it's been continuous for what, 7 years now? You know, are there any possibilities that they're not willing to entertain? I don't know. I mean, certainly we've seen the playbook with the J6 stuff, right? So, you know, any escalation at the border to shift all the blame on Texas Governor Greg Abbott and GOP, well, you know that the corporate media is geared up for that. They're ready for that. I mean, it can't escape these powers that it's an opportunity for them, right? I mean, they're not all of them are stupid people. Some of them are very clever. They'll recognize an opportunity when they see it, you know? So critical immigration theory. So I guess that would be similar to the same tactics as like critical race theory or critical gender theory, right? Where they just, I guess what they would do is they kind of deify the victim. So they identify the victim and the oppressor, right? So the victim is any immigrant ever, anywhere, right? The oppressor is anybody who says you can't come in for any reason whatsoever, right? It could be the Mexican Ted Bundy. You say you can't come in, now you're the oppressor, right? So I guess that's where they're going with that. So, I mean, they've already been doing that though for how long anyway, right? So they redefine words. So they're Orwellian. They read Orwell. The people who come up with the ideas have read Orwell and they saw it as a guidebook, right? So they change. So illegal immigrants are now just migrants, right? Or just immigrants or refugees or what have you. Don't need to know anything about them, and they don't know anything about them because they throw away their ID before they cross the border, right? So they redefine everything and then redefine everything as a victim oppressor narrative. Everything is a zero-sum game. There's no positive sum games. It's negative sum games. So there's a winner and there's a loser in every situation. There's never a situation where both win, right? Because you can't forget that they're communists, right? So that's how they have to see the world, right? You can't have an employee and an employer both gain, both have a positive sum outcome in any interaction, right? Because then you wouldn't want to be a communist, right? So it has to be that the employer is stealing from the employee. It has to be a negative sum game all the time. They see everything through the lens of oppressed and oppressor. So, and they've been doing that. I mean, critical immigration theory, yeah, they've been doing that for ages anyway, right? Let's see. What the fuck is this shit? Oklahoma's governor and Newsmax are openly discussing the possibility of a force-on-force conflict between Texas, Oklahoma, and Florida National Guards and federal forces. This is exactly what Abbott is trying to push, a force-on-force conflict. Huh. Well, I don't know. Let's take a look. I mean, that's obviously the speculation, right? That could happen. I'm not sure anybody wants that, though. I'm not,
There's rumblings that Joe Biden should or may actually federalize the National Guard, take that power away from Greg Abbott. Let's say this showdown, I mean, that's what it is. It's a showdown. It's a showdown of power and loyalties and constitutionality. Let's say he does that. How many people say, no, you know what, screw you, Biden administration? And how many people stay and fight with Texas versus the federal things? And does that put us on course for a force-on-force conflict?
I mean, right now you've got the federal agents that are cutting the wire, and then you've got the Texas National Guard on orders to put up wire. I mean, this is a powder keg worth of tension. So it's very it's a very weird situation. We certainly stand with Texas on their right to defend themselves, but Biden's going to be in a tough situation. So in other words, he's going to try to federalize these troops. In other words, put them on federal orders. And so now their allegiance technically goes to the president of the United States instead of the governor. And of course, I think a lot of Texans, these are still, they're still Texans that are weekend, they're in the National Guards. They do 1 week in a month or when they get called up on duties by the governor. And I think they would be in a difficult situation to protect their homeland or to follow what Biden's saying.
Literally open it.
Very interesting. But then, then you've got Oklahoma and Florida and Tennessee, and you got all these other states that would send our National Guard to help. And
it's hard to imagine that Biden would push it to that level of a force-on-force conflict if he was concerned about winning the next election. If he's not worried about that, then maybe so. If he had reason to to think that he was not going to lose, right? Well, then, the kind of the rules are gone at that point. So I don't know. It's too late for me to think about it too deeply right now. Let's see. Let's see. This guy lives in New York and went out, Bellport, New York, went out of town for 3 weeks. Then he got a water bill. When he called to turn off the water, the company told him that he couldn't. Turns out random squatters had moved into his house. New York law forbids a homeowner from shutting down water. Let's watch this. This is more socialism, right? This is like the AOC shit.
He went out
Trudeau
of town
shit.
for 3 weeks and came back to a bill from the water company.
I call them up and say, well, what's going on? I said, we were talking about turning off the water. And they said, well, we can't. Somebody's living in the house. So I thought for sure there must be some mistake.
But when he showed up to the house, what he found shocked him. There were cars in the driveway and people inside.
I went and banged on the door. And a couple came and opened the door and said, no, we're living here. We have a lease.
John learned that in New York State, you cannot legally lock a squatter out of your home or turn off utilities. And once a squatter is there for 30 days, they are classified as a tenant, whether you want them there or not. He went out of town for 3 weeks and came back to a bill from the water company.
I call them up and say, well, what's going on? I said, we were talking about turning off the water. And they said, well, we can't. Somebody's living in the house. So I thought for sure there must be some mistake.
But when he showed up to the house, what he found shocked him. There were cars in the driveway and people inside.
I went and banged on the door. And a couple came and opened the door and said, no, we're living here. We have a lease.
John learned that in New York State, you cannot legally lock a squatter out of your home or turn off utilities. And once a squatter is there for 30 days, they are classified as a tenant, whether you want them.
Crazy shit. It's socialism, though, right? It's socialism. Most people have a right to your home. Crazy shit. Where's the line? The fear is that the line is so far to the left before people wake up that once it's crossed, it's too late. Well, let's see. Posty Poet saying, get yourself some NAC, zinc, D3, and vitamin C. Well, I've got vitamin C, and I've got zinc, and I've got some vitamin. Yeah, I've got vitamin D. The NAC, I've heard of that. I think I looked it up a little while ago. I didn't actually get any though. I don't think. That's all good. It's good shit though, right? I usually take some vitamin C before I got these like pouches of the Super C or something like that, and I usually have one before I live stream. I feel like it gives me a little more energy. I forgot tonight, which might be why I was tripping over my tongue all night. But Good advice. Thank you. Oh, here we go. Here's Tucker again. So again, this is exactly why the Canadian media has been freaking out about a fucking news host from the States, but just because they don't like him, because they find him scary.
If you have a government that is giving fentanyl to your children, as they are in BC, and notice your premier has a no fentanyl to kids policy, God bless her. I know, and you're applauding. I mean, and I'm applauding, and I'm grateful. But how distorted is your world where you have to applaud the one?
By the way, if you want to know more, I've done like videos in detail on the harm reduction programs, which is what all this giving away fentanyl and all the legalizing all these drugs, where that leads to on my channel, my regular videos that not, they're not live streams. They're the videos that I've spent a lot of time editing and researching and working on. And, they're different from this. This is just me, free form, just without a net, I like these because I don't have to edit them, which is fantastic. But if you want to learn more about that, what's happened in BC and the order of magnitude increase in overdoses and what the cause is, of course, you know what the cause is. It's leftism, harm reduction. But if you want to learn about that, if you're not already subscribed, subscribe, and you can find those on my channel. Anyway, let's keep going.
Politicians like, we're not going to give fentanyl to the kids today. Okay, but then take two steps further back from that and ask yourself, if someone's giving fentanyl to your children, what's kind of the message of that? Well, they're trying to kill your children, obviously. Fentanyl? It's the #1 cause of death under 40 in the United States. #1 in the whole country, followed by suicide. If you want to know where we are, we're about 2 years behind you. And it's only because we have a louder media space than you do that we aren't ahead of you. But if someone's giving fentanyl to your children without telling you, they're trying to kill your children, which are your inheritance, so the only meaningful thing you will ever produce on earth, okay, are your children. That's the first thing to know.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And this stuff is continuing as it becomes more and more unpopular. They just don't give a fuck. The ideology, if it feels left-wing, there's a problem. The thing that we're doing, that we've been doing for 20 years, has made everything worse, but it can't be the ideology. It can't be the thing we're doing. It can't be harm reduction. It can't be that. It must be that there's not enough of it. This is literally how they think, right? So you had an increase, a little tenfold increase, an order of magnitude increase in overdoses in British Columbia, right? And the response was not to say, well, perhaps we've been doing it wrong. Perhaps we'll just revisit how we used to do it and then reassess from there. No, of course not. The response is, well, let's give away free drugs now. You're thinking that's insane. And you're right. It is insane. But this is what ideologues do. This is what fanatics do. This is what communists do. This is what happens when the woke mind virus possesses you, right? You're unable to make rational decisions anymore. All they know is that, well, they can't take a step back because, one step back, well, when they made that step there in the first place, that was a new progression. That was more progress. That was progressive because it was one step further to the left. But as soon as you make that step, whatever's behind you, right, because progressive, whatever's behind you is now right wing. So you can't take that step back. That's like reactionary or something, right? So there's only one direction, and it's further left. You have to just keep moving further left. So harm reduction programs like free needles and rooms to, safe injection sites and all of that, that doesn't work. Not prosecute, not throwing people in prison, just allowing people to be homeless and live on the streets and be drug addicts, right? And be arrested for theft for 150 times in 2 weeks, right? Well, that didn't work, but you can't go back. So, well, better just give them some free drugs. I think a lot of Canadians have found the line where it's too much for them, where it's actually affected their lives. But I guess we'll have to see.
It doesn't matter who's in the prime minister's office. Your rights remain the same because you were born with them, because you are not a slave, you're a human being. and you have inherent dignity because God made you. That's just a fact. And if they're taking those rights away piecemeal and doing so in the name of public safety, even as they make the public sphere much more dangerous, which they have, in case you haven't noticed, Canada has a lot more violent crime now than it did 20 years ago. Have you noticed? Of course you have. You live here. And if they're telling you you can't defend yourself against that crime, we're going to disarm you. You can't protect your life or your family. And you're like, oh yeah, it's for the public safety. It's just not a big deal. These are weapons of war. No, they're weapons of self-defense, which you need and deserve as a free person, not a slave. And then they're telling you you can't complain about it. And then they're subsidizing the media to the point where all of your big media outlets, which are disgusting, are state media because they're taking state cash. Do you watch CBC? I do occasionally. I can turn in any hour of the day and I will learn that I am racist for driving an SUV and not being trans. That's the whole schedule of CBC programming.
Yeah, he's not exaggerating there. He really isn't. That is, I mean, you really have to check it out for yourself to see. It's kind of unbelievable, but let's continue.
But interpret that. That's not woke. Oh, it's woke. I hate the woke crap. It doesn't mean anything. They hate you. That's what they're saying. They're saying that you are bad. That's exactly what they're saying. Don't lie to yourselves. That's all I'm saying. And we are very delusional in the United States because we're so distracted by stuff and electronic devices and the promise of next day delivery from Amazon of brightly colored plastic crap made in China that we tend to be slow to figure out what's going on. But Canada has a different restraint, which is a cultural one. It's an Anglo-specific, Anglo-cultural one, which is just like, I don't want to deal with that. That's too uncomfortable. But in your heart, anyway, even if you voice it to no one but yourself, know what the message is. And the message is you are bad. I mean, I'm going to say the most controversial thing ever. I watched when Montreal was cleansed of its Anglo legacy. And I'm not anti-French, just for the record, at all. But I am Anglo, and I had friends in Montreal. And in the span of a generation, like, that's all gone. They were forced out. And they're like, okay, I guess we'll go to Ontario. What? My grandfather built this city. I'm not going anywhere. How about that? That never occurred to anyone. Because no one could say out loud what was actually happening. This was a series of acts of hostility aimed at you because of things that you didn't choose, like how you were born. And once you will keep allowing that, you have no future, okay? So if they're limiting your freedom to say what you think, which is the freedom of conscience, the most basic of all freedom, your freedom to defend yourself and your family against bodily harm, which has got to be a twin to the first one. If they're taking away your voting power by changing the population of your country, which they are doing, and no one wants to talk about that, Canada has the highest immigration rate in the world per capita. And shut up, racist. That's not racist. I don't care if they're coming from New Zealand. I don't care if you're taking the population of Stockholm and moving them to Canada. If you change the
it's kind of a big story. Highest immigration rate in the world. You know, they don't make a big fuss about media is not really interested in talking about immigration too much anymore for some reason. Kind of a big story though, you know.
Population of the country, you change the country. And you dilute the voting power of the people who are vested in that country, the people who are born there, who have lived there long term, who understand the history and the culture of the country, who are bought in. And all of a sudden, their vote means much less. It's math. You guys do that. Math.
Yeah. This is why they were freaking out so much that scary Tucker Carlson came to Canada. He's saying things that they don't want to hear. They don't want Canadians to hear. That's the whole speech. We're not going to watch the whole thing. So let's see. This person wants you to know if you don't wear a mask, you're an a-hole. Well, we better hear from this person. We better be educated, hadn't we?
But factually, your personal rights end when they begin to infringe upon the rights of other people. And since COVID is an airborne respiratory illness, you have no personal rights, because the moment you step outside of your house without a mask on, you are infringing upon the rights of other people. If you don't wear a mask, you're an asshole. And you're ableist, and you're practicing eugenics.
Uh-oh, ableist and eugenicist. Oh, no.
And if you wore a mask while there was a mandate and you took it off the moment the mandate ended, you're a special kind of asshole. And if you want to live your life that way, that is 100% your call. But you don't get to get upset about it when people call you out, because you are, after all, infringing upon their rights. Listen, I believe in bodily autonomy.
So I hope you got that. So if you're not standing in the middle of the field by yourself with 5 masks on, you're an asshole, apparently. We're the assholes. I'm pretty sure nobody that's listening to this or is ever listens to this or watches this is ever seen in their car alone with a mask on. So I guess we're all assholes. We are, right? And I know it's confusing. Seems like she might be, you know? Still, after all this time, again, we use the word cult all the time. Why shouldn't we? Why shouldn't we? You know? If it quacks like a duck, you know? This person, if Fauci told her to eat cat shit, you know, and said it's even better if you get it if you get it out of the litter, because it's like an almond roca. If Fauci told her to, or anybody told her to eat cat shit because it would cure her of COVID, she would do it. It would prevent it. You know, and they'd be on the network news saying, Rachel Maddow would be saying, it's this simple. If you eat the cat shit, the virus stops there. The virus can't get past you. You can't give it to other people. You just have to eat cat shit. Anyway. Poet says, have you heard of brown lung? Is that what's brown lung? I don't know what that is. Do you get that if you accidentally inhale hot chocolate? So I don't know. You're gonna have to tell me. But is it I don't know. I'm gonna guess maybe it's a thing from inhaling like little micro particles from masks constantly. I just feel like that can't be good for you. Just constantly inhaling these little particles. Oh, brown lung was common on plantations from picking cotton, breathing in the fibers, deadly effect from wearing a mask. So, common on plantations from picking cotton and breathing in the fibers. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it just on its face, it seems like it's a bad idea to just be breathing that all the time, you know? I don't see the masks too often these days, so that's a good sign. I did see people, though. I mean, I think I literally did see the guy standing in a park in the middle of the park by himself with a mask on. It's like he was afraid that like a bat was going to fly past his head and spit on him or something. And all those people in the cars, driving by themselves in the cars. Weird. Weird and frightening. Let's see. Okay, let's check this out. Here's Vivek. He's on the Breakfast Club, and so that's not friend. That's enemy territory for him. I mean, that's Breakfast Club is just full on, like Trump's a fascist, and they just believe it's basically MSNBC. But let's take a listen to Vivek Kampf. So, yeah, he obviously didn't actually look this up. He just heard that and then just repeated it because they think that Trump sits around reading Mein Kampf. I mean, I guess that they do. He's a great communicator. You know, be very interested to see what he does in the future. Extremely interested. Know a lot of people like him. You know, some people don't trust him. He's very new on the scene. You know, but that's what time is for, right? To figure these things out. Breaking: Soros-controlled MSNBC calls for the banning of Alex Jones video game. You know what? I did a live stream a couple of months ago, back around the start when I first started doing. I've only been doing these since I don't know what, November, maybe October. You know, before that I'd do like 1 or 2 a year or something, but I've been doing them every week for I don't know, a few months now. And I live streamed the Alex Jones video game. I did the whole thing. Only took me about 45 minutes, and it was fun. It was not too difficult, which was great. And it's got like you're fighting like Trudeau. Trudeau's in it, and like I think Soros is in there, and Joe Rogan helps you out, and Tucker Carlson actually comes and helps you out in the game as well. It was actually really fun. It was like $20 or something. I don't know. I can't remember. Something like that. 25 bucks. And it only took me 25 minutes, but I did it took me 45 minutes and I streamed it. So that's still on the channel. So if you want to check out the Alex Jones video game, you can watch that. Scott Adams says the LA Times censored Dilbert even before I got canceled. More than all the other papers combined. Good riddance. So he's not sad about what's happening to the LA Times. Well, here's a column. Mocking anti-vaxxers' COVID deaths is ghoulish. Yes, but it may be necessary. Oh, so evil. Just enemy of the people stuff right there. Oh. And Wokeness said, mocking mass layoffs at the LA Times is ghoulish, yes, but also absolutely necessary. Ugh. Oh, boy. How about this? Trudeau at tonight's women's hockey game in Ottawa. If you've ruined Canada and you know it, clap your hands. All right. Jesus. The guy never stops embarrassing us. With the volume here. Oh, nothing. So just look at this. What is he doing? At first I thought it was like sped up, but the other people around him are normal. Look at that. At the women's hockey game, of course. He just keeps getting weirder and weirder, this guy. I mean, what is that? Like, what is he doing there? And like, even see the girl next to him, she's like looking at him like, what the fuck? The way he's standing there, and it looks like he's using those tampons from the men's washroom. It looks like he's watching a 7-year-old drag queen right there. That's why he's clapping so hard. It looks like he's watching a wedding between two trans, or maybe it's three. Maybe it's three. He's watching a wedding between three trans, a quadriplegic, lesbian, two-spirit gender studies professors, I think. That would get him excited. That'd get his engine running. His engine revving. Looks like he's clapping so hard, and because his vaginoplasty doctor just told him that he's been approved for the Taylor Swift. And I shall just end it with that. He's always wanted the Taylor Swift vagina. Just weird. He's just turning into more of a freak all the time. Let's see. E. Carroll made the whole thing up. This is the one who just has been awarded $83 million against Trump. She posed for the cover of New York Magazine in June 2019 and claimed that this was the dress Donald Trump assaulted her in at the Bergdorf Goodman dressing room in 1994. It was a Donna Karan jacket dress. The only problem is the dress was not sold in 1994. Oops. She later was forced to change her story after posing for New York Magazine exposed her lie. Now she claims the fake assault occurred in 1995 or 1996. If you can't even remember when, like what year, that should be a problem, shouldn't it? Should be a problem for a jury. Should be a problem for like for a judge. I mean, it's absurd. Their entire story is bullshit. It doesn't matter, though, because it's just get Trump. Everything out the window. The Film Actors Guild defends Alec Baldwin. Well, we knew that was coming. SAG-AFTRA defends Alec Baldwin. An actor's job is not to be a firearms expert, but it's kind of their job to not point a gun at somebody and pull the trigger, right? There's basic safety there, right? Like, you don't point a gun at somebody unless you intend to shoot them. So you don't really have to be an expert for that. But I guess the caviar communists, they stick together. They do. Let's see. Already been through this. There he is, whining and complaining because they made a joke about him at the Tucker Carlson thing, and now he thinks it's violence. It's violence. We already watched that earlier. I'm not going to go over it again. Let's see. Oh, this is kind of interesting. Let's watch this. It's not too long. It's a couple minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners. Derek Blassingame. It is a pleasure and an honor to address you all today. Some of you all have made the comment this morning on my way in that he's done, he's through, it's over. Well, I want to let you know that Derek Blassingame, I'm done with Fulton County fumbling our elections. I'm done with the gross mismanagement of our taxpayer dollars by the Fulton County Democrats on this body. I'm disgusted at the information that is coming out of the district attorney's office as a taxpayer. I am done with most of your silence at the DA's apparent love affair with the special prosecutor and gross mismanagement of taxpayers' dollars to pursue what appears to be a frivolous lawsuit based off of partisan politics. Apparently, guys like me need to court Fulton County female executives if we want a free ride at all paid expense. Apparently, we need to pursue Natalie Hall and Fonnie Willis, or maybe the executives in other departments, if we want a full ride and full pay. The DA appears to be trying to protect past elections, but upon information and belief, she's trying to interfere with future elections by trying to convict a candidate before the general election. I'm requesting a financial audit to be done by the county auditor of the district attorney's office immediately. There is no way that you get more money when you're spending money allegedly for unnecessary and frivolous purposes. Also, these judges need to hire a lobbyist instead of grandstanding this board with these mediocre public relations stunts. Magistrate Court still needs a systemic boost and an IT transformation that's been achieved by the Superior Court clerk. It needs to be pulled together.
15 seconds.
Thank you. Finally, I'm urging you to appoint Julie Adams to the Board of Registration and Elections without delay. And we need somebody that's transparent, that's open, and that can be open-minded to all concerns and can address the people's needs. I'm also want that audit of the DA's office immediately.
Well, he seems like a good guy. I like him. Let's see. Scott Adams. One of these people is obviously mentally ill. The other got his information from the mentally ill one. The misinformed one is finding his way back thanks to better information from reality itself. Fun to watch. I love 2024. I don't know. Should we watch this?
When people are calling you, and specifically Black people, what are they saying they feel they have not gotten out of having voted consistently for Democrats and for Joe Biden?
Open mobility. Simple as that. Like, people want security, and a lot of that security is financial. Like, it's simple and plain. And it's been, whether it was President Obama, whether it was, all the way back to Clinton to now Joe Biden, they feel like the Democratic Party has never promised that. And it's like right now, the problem I'm having with my listeners, what am I supposed to tell them? Like, what am I supposed to tell them other than, look, man, Donald Trump is the fastest. You made.
So he got the reality part down, right? But then, The programming is very strong. So somebody has to be a fascist.
I think things can't get worse, but they absolutely positively can. But if they feel like I've already lived through a Trump presidency, I lived through Reagan, how much worse can that get? Like, it's like, what do I tell them? They're not afraid of just telling them to go out and vote because of fear anymore.
When people are calling you, and specifically Black.
Looks like cracks are forming. How will it turn out? Well, we don't know. Probably nothing different at all. Hold on one sec. Yeah, probably no change in voting habits, but we'll see. First time for everything. Let's see. Are we getting near the end now? Watch Bill Gates' reaction to the question, is the vaccine safe? Well, let's take a look at this.
The side effects for the Moderna vaccine sound concerning. We looked. After the second dose, at least 80% of participants experienced a systemic side effect, ranging from severe chills to fevers. So, are these vaccines safe?
Well, the FDA, not being pressured, will look hard at that. The FDA is the gold standard of regulators, and their current guidance on this, if they stick with that, is very, very appropriate.
Well, that feels like a man just giving us the straight truth, right? Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Let's see. That's 50 minutes long. We're not going to watch that. Good day, ma'am. We're here to administer your COVID vaccination. Fuck you. That's a good one. Let's see. Don't mess with otters. Whoa. Hold on. Look at that. I got to see that one more time. Animals are funny sometimes. Let's see. What else do we got? So this guy says, Lo-Fi Republican says, this is probably the closest anyone has come to recreating slavery in a way that's palatable to liberals. Impressive. So this guy, Richard Hanania, I think I've heard that. I feel like I've heard that name before. Would you let illegal immigrants stay at your house? I bet a lot of Americans actually would provide room and board and a small bit of money for cooking, cleaning, etc. Jesus. People in first world countries could be living like kings if it wasn't for their own racism. Wow. That is amazing. That is absolutely amazing. They have found a way of recreating slavery or virtual slavery that's palatable to them, liberals, and still getting to behave in a superior fashion, as if they're morally superior. Amazing. This is what the woke mind virus does to you, folks. It destroys your brain. Here's your brain on woke. Scott Adams says, I've been asked to believe that UFOs are hard to photograph. Climate scientists know precisely what the temperature was 125,000 years ago, and Biden is coherent when we aren't watching. Yeah. UFOs are hard to photograph. Well, maybe, I was going to say, I don't know if there's aliens or not, right? Universe could be empty. We could be the only life in the universe for all I know, right? Because we only have one example. So we don't actually know what the odds are. No matter how many planets there are out there, the odds of life happening on one of them could be larger than that number, right? So it might be one in exactly how many planets are in the universe, and maybe even more, and we just got lucky. You know? Or there could be lots. I don't know. I have no idea. But maybe if UFOs are hard to photograph, maybe there's some sort of field or something, magnetic field or something that warps the light and you can't get a clear picture. There could be something, possibly. I don't know. Maybe something to do with the drive mechanism or something. I don't know. I'm just throwing that there. I like science fiction, right? I like to read a lot of science fiction books. I will recommend to you guys The Remembrance of Earth's Past by, it's like a Chinese name. I think it's like Liu Shijin, something like that. I read these 3 novels, Three Body Problem. Netflix is putting out a series on it. The first book, Three Body Problem. Second book is Dark Forest. Third book is Death's End. So, but Netflix is putting out a thing on it. Interestingly, they race swapped. It's a Chinese author, right? So a lot of the Chinese characters they race swapped, which I didn't know they were allowed to do that. I guess they're so addicted to race swapping. I'm disappointed by that because I want the characters to be like the character. And it looks like they split up one of the characters into 3 like diverse characters. And I don't know. I'd rather the characters just be the characters, the Chinese characters from the books be the Chinese characters in the show because that's the book, you know? I would prefer if they just did it like the book. Is that too much to fucking ask? I mean, it's be hard to film, but I don't know. If they did Lord of the Rings, nobody ever thought they'd be able to film Lord of the Rings. So they could have done the 3 body problem too. But you take these 3 books together and it's some of the most amazing science fiction you'll ever come across. Just kind of breathtaking, actually. So there's a recommendation for me. You can thank me later. 3 body problem. That's the first book. Check it out. Well, there we are. We're over 4 hours again. How do we keep doing this? 4 hours and 10 minutes. But you know, the good thing is that normally when I start at like 11:30, we'd be at 3:30 now, Pacific time. And we're not. We're only past 2 o'clock. So that's good. That's good for me. That's good for my well-being and health. There's a long thing here from Michael Schellenberger. Trudeau government used fake intelligence to illegally frame protesting truckers as violent extremists. So, you know, I've been meaning to get to this week, actually. Of course, there's nothing in the Canadian media about this, of course. But you know what? I don't, at this point of the night, 4 hours in, I don't want to do a thing. So I'll maybe just do a separate video on this. You guys can see. If you're subscribed to my channel, you'll see it when it comes out. I did some excellent videos on Trudeau this week. One of them did quite well, got about over 15,000 views on YouTube. So that's pretty good for me. This is just funny. I like to just throw in some things that are just not really anything, but just kind of amusing. They're palate cleansers. Okay. He's really into it. I approve. We actually took a look at this I did a kind of a surprise Wednesday live stream. I wasn't going to, but I wanted to cover the Texas thing, and I'd already put out a couple of videos that night, and I just didn't want to have to edit because it takes so long. So we did a live stream, but I showed this after we did the Texas stuff, and I don't know if this is real or not, if it's a joke or what.
I'm somewhere in Austria. I have no idea where. I'm frankly scared. There's a cisgender heterosexual man looking at me strangely. I'm in some sort of service station, absolutely nowhere near Tuscany yet. I'm going to be writing about this experience in my Guardian column next week.
It's the Guardian column part at the end that makes me think it's fake because it's too on the nose. There's a cisgender heterosexual man looking at me strangely. I'm gonna write about it in my Guardian column. It's the Guardian part that makes it's too much. I don't know. It's funny though. Let's see. I think I did these actually on the Wednesday one, but I wonder if there's anything past it that I didn't get to that we can do tonight before we close it up. I think we did all of these. Yep. This one's worth another look. Milei, that's Javier Milei, the new president of Argentina, has a certain taste for the type of woman he wants in Argentina's government. I notice a pattern. Do you notice a pattern? Let's take a look. Huh. I'm definitely seeing a pattern. That's so like him. That just makes me like him even more. And Count Dankula says, we will usher in the age of boobocracy. That makes me like that libertarian even more. That's great. There's just something beautiful about this. He's a man who knows what he wants. Let's see. Yeah, we saw these ones. Saw that. Let's see. Well, we'll watch this one again quickly, just because. That person's a legend. Let's see. Let's see. Did these? I guess probably most of the people watching right now haven't seen these, but I just don't feel like doing them again. Oh, yeah. Let's take a look at this. This guy, he is Harari. His name is Noah Yuval Harari. He wrote a book called Sapiens, which, all the right people read that book. I tried to read it, and it's garbage. It's supposed to be like a history of humans, but it's just this. I didn't know at the time that he was involved with the WEF, but it makes perfect sense now. For one thing, it's just full of kind of noble savage bullshit, like how much better life was, like before we had modern society, modern technology. It was great just being a hunter-gatherer, wandering around, 50,000 years ago, right? Just wandering around looking for food, sleeping outside. It was wonderful. He went to great lengths to tell us about what we're missing out on, having like no modern medicine or any comfort whatsoever and dying at like 30. And here he talks about something he went into the book as well about everything that is good and that you believe in life is just a story and it really doesn't mean anything. And I don't know, maybe somebody should come along and give you a new story. I wonder who that would be. Wonder who those people would be.
Maybe most legal systems are based on this idea, this belief in human rights. But human rights are just like heaven and like God. It's just a fictional story that we've invented and spread around. It may be a very nice story. It may be a very attractive story. We want to believe it. But it's just a story. It's not a reality. It is not a biological reality. Just as jellyfish and woodpeckers and ostriches have no rights, Homo sapiens have no rights also. Take a human, cut him open, look inside, you find their blood, and you find the heart and lungs and kidneys, but you don't find there any rights. The only place you find rights is in the fictional stories that humans have invented and spread around.
Fuck you, commie. We don't want your world. We don't want the story that you're telling.
What does that mean?
We don't want the story that you're telling, guy. We don't like it.
Everything woke turns to shit.
Jesus, let's keep watching. I mean, the way these people talk, if you read the great Klaus Schwab's Great Reset, you get the sense that it feels like he's writing about ants, right? The way this guy talks about, you cut somebody open and you see these people, they just seem like ghouls to me. They sound like ghouls.
And the same thing is also true in the political field. States and nations are also, like human rights and like God and like heaven, they too are just stories. A mountain is a reality. You can see it, you can touch it, you can even smell it. But Israel or the United States, they are just stories, very powerful stories we might want to believe very much, but still they are just stories. You can't really see the United States. You cannot touch it. You cannot smell it.
So did you get that? It's all, everything that you value is just a story, and it actually doesn't have any value. And actually, you know what? You're actually kind of stupid. You know, that's what he's getting to. That's where he's going with this. Let's hear that again. Let's just hear that last bit again.
You can see it. You can touch it. You can even smell it. But Israel or the United States, they are just stories, very powerful stories, stories we might want to believe very much, but still they are just stories. You can't really see the United States. You cannot touch it. You cannot smell it.
All just stories. All just stories. And he's got a story too. He wants to tell you about how great it was 50,000 years ago, wandering around looking for food and dying at like 25. Don't forget, he's tied in with the he likes to talk at the WEF. These are the guys who brought you the brilliant idea that you might have nothing and be really happy about it. Wonderful. They've got some pods for you to live in. That's good. I guess that's better than living out in like a grassland on the ground, right? Yeah. Yeah. This is the way. These are the people who want to be the architects of the brave new world, right? They don't seem to even like humans very much. They certainly seem to think that there's too many of them, too many of you. I mean, you see that, you know, that meme, you know, you're the carbon they're trying to get rid of. Well, they don't really ever say anything to kind of disprove that, do they? All right. Well, Jordan Peterson said of this is one of the most ill-informed set of propositions and pseudo-observations I have ever heard. Is that the best you can do? It is the best he can do. And the best he can do is fucking terrible. Oh, what is this? Oh, Jesus. That's gross, yet it still has more value than the last guy. So what's going on here? What is going on here? What is she talking about?
Do you guys believe in aliens? Yeah. That's because you're fucking retarded.
That's funny. That is funny. I don't know if there's aliens or not. I really don't know. But all I know is that she's funny. That's because you're fucking retarded. I really want to see the rest of that. Let's see. That's 8 minutes. We're not going to watch that. Okay, this is interesting. We might even just end it off here. If anybody wants me to keep going, let me know in the chat. It's been quiet for a while, so. But if not, I think we'll probably knock it off with this. We've been going for 4 hours and 22 minutes, so. So let's see. I asked Pierre Paul. This is a Rebel News reporter, so independent media, conservative media in Canada. I asked Pierre Poilievre about the World Economic Forum and its connections to him. Let's hear. What do you say?
Humphrey again with Rebel News. In the past several times, you have denounced the World Economic Forum, and you've made it clear to pledge that if your party forms government, you will ban your cabinet ministers from being involved with the World Economic Forum. Yet, I'm also aware of many Canadians who applaud you for saying that, but also have reservations on whether or not the claim is authentic because they see images of your name being on the World Economic Forum site, and also because you worked closely with former MP John Baird, who at one point was a World Economic Forum young global leader in a campaign. So my question for clarification purposes, for those concerned about foreign globalist organizations potentially encroaching on our nation's sovereignty, Does your pledge to ban cabinet ministers from being associated with or involved with the WEF expand to those you hire as staff as well as advisors?
Yes. No staff, no ministers, no MPs in my caucus will be involved whatsoever in that organization. It is a group of high-flying, high-tax, high-carbon hypocrites who all got on their private jets to fly off to a remote ski village where they talked about how working class people should not be allowed to heat their homes or drive their pickup trucks. I'm not going to work for a group of globalist billionaires who serve their own interests at the expense of everyone else. And I'd like to specifically point out Mark Carney. Here he was celebrating the central banks who caused the inflation by printing trillions of dollars so that people like multimillionaires like him could have their asset values inflated while the purchasing power of working class people and seniors was wasted away by inflation. A massive wealth transfer from the have-nots to the have-yachts. A common sense conservative government will bring home control of our democracy to this country, and it's not just on that issue. We will ban the IRGC to end the interference of the 700 agents that are operating in this country on behalf of the terrorist regime in Tehran, and that's according to Global News. We'll shut down foreign-controlled police stations. We will bring in a foreign influence registry. We will bring home control of our democracy, and we'll make this a country that works for its people, the common people, and the common sense of the common people, united for our common home. Thank you.
So I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. You know, I'm cautiously, as I say, I'm cautiously optimistic. Cautiously. But I certainly am broadly supportive of Poilievre and the Conservative Party of Canada. See, here's the WEF. See, I don't want these people having anything to do with any decisions made in Canada about anything that would affect anybody's life in any way. I just don't want them involved in any way, period. Just they have nothing to do with us. Like, listen to this guy.
We'll be having our coffee before the session, and you raised the coffee example. I'd love just to give you the chance to expand on that.
Basically, the coffee that we all drink emits between 15 and 20 tons of CO2 per ton of coffee. So we should all know that this is every time we drink coffee, we are basically putting CO2 into the atmosphere. The other, and one of the reasons is because most of the
Fuck off, commie. Fuck off. No. We're sick of listening to you people. We don't want your bullshit. Got a feeling you're probably going to be drinking coffee. You know, is he another one of these endless numbers of caviar communists who are not ever worried about not owning anything and being happy? They're planning on owning everything and being happy. There'll still be a free market for them, right? Be communism for you or socialism for you. Capitalism for them. That'll be fine for them, right? But it'll be, capitalism with Chinese characteristics because they seem to admire that quite a bit. What do we got? This is how some ships prepare for possible pirate attacks. So this is kind of interesting. Okay, let's take a look at this. That's pretty good. I can't help but thinking, though, they could use some rocket launchers and flamethrowers, though. I think those would be helpful. Let's see. Patriot 65 says CO2 is food for CO2 is food for plants and trees. Drink more coffee. It is true. That's absolutely 100% true. And I do intend to continue drinking coffee. Now, there's a weird thing that there's a weird thing with the Rumble Studio, because that's what I'm streaming on right now is the Rumble Studio. It seems like after like a few hours, it actually stops putting up the chat from Rumble for some reason, which is weird. It'll still put up the YouTube chat, but it won't put up the Rumble chat, which is weird because it's streaming from Rumble, which is a weird thing. So I've actually still got a different page open so I can see the chat, but it won't put it up on the screen. It's weird. I don't know why. But I know you're there. I still know you're there. Let's see. Packed UFC match in Toronto erupts into fuck Trudeau chant. Yeah, that was great. We covered that last week. Let's see. Here's the coffee thing again. Here's something Elon Musk says is very important. Let's see what he's saying.
But it's only me doing these posts ever. I don't have a team or anything. In fact, I generally would recommend for leaders of the world to just literally post your own stuff. And once in a while, you make a mistake. Don't worry about it. But it's only.
All right. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I never got the sense that his account is managed. Yeah, it seems like pretty much it's been pretty obvious that everything that goes on that he tweets out or X's out, whatever you call it now, is him. Oh yeah, look at this. Was this the worst tweet of all time? KFC, I hear you, I see you, and I stand with you. Black History Month, and it's a chicken leg with the Black Lives Matter shout. Jesus. Wow. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Readers added context. They thought that people might want. So this must have gotten added after I put this in my bookmarks. Altered. The original image was posted for Emancipation Day, not Black History Month, and from the regional specific Instagram account of KFC Trinidad and Tobago, not the main KFC account. KFC Trinidad and Tobago had eventually apologized and taken down the image. Okay. So it's actually a real image. It's just that Trinidad and Tobago put it up. It's still funny in an uncomfortable kind of way. Jesus. A visual representation. So this is Dr. Jebra Fauché. It's a parody account. A visual representation of how I feel when I slip on my Birkenstocks and wear natural deodorant. What the hell is this? This is actually refreshing because there were like girls like this. I think I hung out with some of them like when I was like 16 or something in my high school. Actually, this is refreshing. I'd rather them go back to this again, like tie-dye and like Bob Marley, like reggae. They're probably high on acid there too. I'm going to go ahead and guess. Just throwing it out there. Going out on a limb here and saying that. They probably dropped acid before they recorded this. I don't know. I mean, they didn't mention anything about their genders or anything. They just look like dirty, disgusting hippies. And I'm fine with that. Let's see. Should we watch this? I'm sure everybody's seen this a million times already from last week's UFC. Dana White, but it's worth another look. It's kind of a classic moment.
About like you obviously give a long leash to your fighters about what they can say when they are up there with the UFC microphone, and you are getting into territory of homophobia, transphobia? Like, is there?
I don't give anybody a leash.
Well, I'm saying
a leash.
I'm like
free speech. Control what people say. Going to tell people what to believe. Going to tell people. I don't fucking tell any other human being what to say, what to think, and there's no leashes on any of them. What is your question?
I was asking that question. I'll move on though.
Yeah, probably a good idea. That's ridiculous to say I give somebody a leash. Free speech, brother. People can say whatever they want and they can believe whatever they want.
If about like you obviously give a long.
So that's just refreshing. We seem to be seeing more of this, right? We seem to be seeing more of this. It's happening more often. We're seeing it more in Canada. Seem to be seeing it more in the United States. Of people just feeling free to say what they want to, not worrying about consequences. And in the case of the USC last week with Sean Strickland going after the Canadian media there and talking about asking them if they were voted for Trudeau and, freezing the bank accounts and all that, no consequences, which is how it should be. Right? I mean, you want to have a bunch of different ideas out there. And you only get that if people feel free to express those ideas. So it's all encouraging signs. Very encouraging signs. There was this too. Let's take a look at this quickly.
We are screwing up tons of other things, including immigration, but life isn't either or. So, you can't say, well, we'll do this and do that. You're dealt the hand you're dealt and you got to deal with it. And so we should be very clear about helping the lower income population. No country, every country's got to control the borders, and we have to control the borders. And so, so they're all important.
Would you take the deal that the Republicans have put on the table, though, which is we want this border immigration policy as we've laid out, and then we'll fund the rest? Would you rather take that than neither?
I have not read that deal in total, but I probably would take it.
Yeah.
We have to control the borders. We need more merit-based immigration. We need more seasonal immigration. We need more. We need DACA have a place here. We need a path to citizenship. If you do not control the borders, you are going to destroy our country. And so I think the people who think that somehow this is okay. So now they're sending the migrants into New York and stuff like that. So all of my super liberal friends, now they realize what a problem is. Did it have to be that? That.
See, he's talking about like path to citizenship and stuff, right? And but I mean, that's the plan, right? Like that's the reason, the obvious reason that they're letting people pour across the border is to naturalize them, make them citizens, and make them voters. So yeah, he did say some positive things about Trump in another video. So he seems to be turning on that. Let's see. During the 1920s and early 1930s, fascism was not only looked on favorably by the left, but recognized as having kindred ideas, agendas, and assumptions. Only after Hitler and Mussolini disgraced themselves, mainly by their brutal military aggression in the 1930s, did the left distance itself from these international pariahs. Fascism, initially recognized as a kindred ideology of the left, has since come down to us defined as being on the right. Indeed, as representing the furthest right, supposedly further extensions of conservatism. If by conservatism you mean belief in free markets, limited government, and traditional morality, including religious influences, then these are all things that the fascists opposed just as much as the left does today. The left may say that they are not racists or anti-Semites like Hitler, but neither was Mussolini or Franco. Hitler, incidentally, got some of his racist ideology from the writings of American progressives in the eugenics movement. So that's Thomas Sowell, right? A great thinker. And yeah, it's amazing the con job that's been pulled to give. I mean, even myself, for the longest time, thought that fascism was a right-wing movement. It's not. In Germany, the brown shirts and the communists fighting in the streets, that was just two different leftists, two factions of leftists fighting each other. They're both collectivist movements. They both, National Socialists. It's kind of in the name, right? They weren't just trying to trick everybody. No, they believed in that. So it's one of the greatest con jobs in the world, convincing everybody that that fascism, the Nazis, were right wing. No, they were not. They were clearly not right wing. They were leftists. They were just different leftists. They were a different kind. Leftists are famously fractious and fight each other all the time. You ever seen a Democratic Socialists of America meeting? That's some comedy. That's Monty Python right there. But it's this con job that they connected, as he says, they just made fascism, Nazism, the furthest extent of conservatism when it's not. Do you know who the conservatives were in World War II? It was us. It was the Western nations. On the Eastern Front, you had two leftist movements fighting each other, two different kind of leftists. And I think I just ran out of energy. I think it's it. So that's 4 hours and 40 minutes. That's got to be good enough for tonight. All right, everybody. Have a good night. Subscribe. Oh, I should say that next week, I can't do the live stream on Friday night, so I'm going to try and do one on Saturday night. I don't know if it'll be a long one or not, probably a shorter one, but I'll try and do it on the Saturday night. And probably be, I think the new start time for when I get back to Fridays again is going to be 10 o'clock. We started 10 o'clock tonight, and instead of 11:30, 10 o'clock Pacific time. So I think I think that's going to be the new norm, 10. It's a little easier for me. I don't have to go till 5 in the morning. Everybody have a great night. Have a great weekend. Hopefully I'll see you next time. Bye.